I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Freedom Friday. I am David Sponheim, and this is a program dedicated to your freedom. Now, as you know, I do ban people in the show because I cannot handle people attacking me and discrediting me on rumor. So if you find yourself banned in a show where I'm dedicated to freedom, you can always open up your own show and have your own free show. All right? Always realize that. But we always give you the opportunity of reforming and coming back under a different name. That's no problem. I know a lot of people troll the show, and I want you to know that I don't approve of that. There are people making millions of dollars coming in and attacking us. They got in on some gravy train from Russia because somebody doesn't want me around. They want to do everything to stop me as I continue to reveal the underbelly of corruption in our government as it connects to both the Democrats and Republicans and Russia. Okay, Mark has been getting lots of money. He claims he isn't, but he is. We know he is. And the reality is he pays people. One guy does a show to compete with mine and gets $2,000 a day to sit there and do what I do for free every day for 11 years. He makes $2,000 a day. I get nothing. So it's kind of funny how the world works. The good people get nothing, and the evil people get lots and lots of money. That's just how it works. I'm going to say hi over there in the chat. I've somehow been disconnected from my iVlog chat. We're going to take a look at the news and see what's at the top of the list on this Friday. All right, a complete and utter cover-up has been registered in the case of Jeffrey Epstein. A big-time cover-up. They said the other day that his neck was broken, and that indicates a struggle and definitely a murderous attempt by somebody to strangle him. And there's no way he could have strangled himself in jail, but the corrupt coroner's office at the New York PD is now saying that Epstein's cause of death was suicide by hanging, according to the medical examiner. That medical examiner should be charged with a felony right now. Everything they're saying is completely contradicting what they said yesterday about the broken neck. He couldn't have hung himself with toilet paper. It's impossible. Many people are believing that Clinton had him killed, but you know who started that rumor? Donald Trump. Right out of the White House, they immediately, as soon as Epstein was announced dead, they immediately tweeted, and this is a fact, that somehow Clinton did it. I don't think Epstein's dead. For the past 3 days, we've showed you pictures of his face. Did not match the face of Jeffrey Epstein. It was someone else with a hooked nose and different ears. So, more than likely, Jeffrey Epstein's alive and molesting little girls right now in some hotel somewhere. And you, the American people, are sitting around going, oh, I'm supposed to believe everything I hear in the news. It's ironic Donald Trump doesn't call this fake news. Terrifying giant fork Chinese forces prepare to use on Hong Kong protesters. They got a giant fork they're going to skewer them with. They're all their weapons. They're putting them all out there. And what's really weird about the Chinese is they went ahead and took a picture of a stadium there just so they'd scare people. I mean, who would put all their vehicles in one location and take a picture of it? That is the biggest national security risk for China I have ever seen. What's wrong with these people? Are they not intelligent? I mean, do they not know that they're making their troops vulnerable in one place like that? That's a very sad day when military leaders do this and make mistakes like this. Hong Kong is could easily be pacified. If China backs down right now and just expands their social credit system, which they're implementing in Beijing, and tells every protester that they'll get a $500 gift card if they go home for 6 weeks, I guarantee every one of those protesters are going home and getting a $500 or the equivalent in yuan's gift card. I'm not in favor of the Chinese social credit system, but hey, why don't they implement it here and make it work for him? He hanged himself from the metal door, not the bed frame, as reported. His new cell had a normal fabric bed sheets because they were out of paper. Suicide happened in a 25-minute period while the guard was stuck in the toilet with a bad case of burrito diarrhea. And the staff did not take the procedure seriously, did not check him every few hours or every 15 minutes. I know. Thank you, Insane Canadian. Well, I assure you, the cover-up at the Manhattan Metropolitan Penitentiary Center is just the tip of the iceberg. When I become president in 2021, we will be opening up a massive criminal investigation into the Clintons, the Trumps, the Epsteins, the Podestas, the Alefantas, anybody involved in every single story that the media has been trying to suppress for the past 10 years. I promise you that. I will also help the homeless. Homeless Pete's in the room. Hey, Homeless Pete. We have a plan to get everybody in homeless areas mobile service units where you'll be able to take a shower with recycled warm water at 90 degrees. You'll be able to wash your clothes with recycled warm water. I'm not sure if you'll be washing your clothes with the shower water, but that would be a different story. We'll be filtering the water in these units, so we'll be able to keep them rolling without depleting our water supply. We'll be installing bathrooms in Skid Row, in Haight-Ashbury, in areas where people are showing up with feces on the streets of America. There's an old-fashioned thing called a bathroom. We need to build more of them. And our country can't sit around and charge $500,000 per bathroom either. We'll get the price down and we'll build these things efficiently and affordably. You'll also be able to charge your cell phones. We'll have solar panel chargers with Wi-Fi hotspots. You might even get some discounted donuts delivered. Maybe some of the old donut shops will bring some of their supplies or old pizzas to these locations for people to eat. America will begin to repair and rebuild. And I've been living around homeless people in my life, and I assure you, I understand their mindset. The Democrats do not. They want to build up Section 8 housing everywhere. In my area, they want to build 235 new homes, and view properties, by the way, depleting the value of all the homes around them and give them to sanctuary city refugees from Syria. I'm not kidding. I live in burn-tarred land where everybody wants to give everybody a house. You wouldn't believe it. Everybody wants to give a home to the homeless people who are arriving in sanctuary cities like my own. So I'll be facing a lot more traffic in town because homeless people will be moving. But homeless people don't move into these things. Only people looking to make opportunity and a good cash prize, cheating and moving to America illegally, do the Democrats want to help. The Democrats don't have any plans for the homeless people. They could care less. My investigation right now is paid for by me. Yeah. I figured out who you are, Melko. And we just banned you. Daily, what do you got? True Life probe shocking behavior, Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, okay. Boy, I'm certainly have Jeffrey Epstein to last a lifetime here. The Pedophile Next Door. The author, James Patterson, was fascinated and appalled by Jeffrey Epstein. His True Life probe of the behavior of this billionaire Florida neighbor may be the most chilling thriller. He's one of the most respected and successful authors whose novels regularly top the bestseller charts. Happens to live a half a mile away from Epstein's Palm Beach, Florida place. He'd been fascinated and appalled and determined to investigate just how and why so many young women found their way to his home on a secluded street. And this is the deeply disturbing story of what he discovered. Here he is, the author. Okay, it's a long story. I don't want to get into the specifics because it's very detailed, but Epstein had handlers, or I should say women that went after the younger girls that look young themselves. That's how he did it. Another strategy he did was he pretended to be a scout for Victoria's Secret because he knew the owner. I got an eye in chat, yeah. I believe Epstein is alive and well. That alone is shocking enough. The recent coroner's statement that he died by hanging contradicts their own statements that he had a broken neck. You don't break your neck hanging from a sideways from a door handle. I mean, come on. Plus, the photograph we did get of him in the final minutes of his life, the one photograph after he died shows a man who had a trauma to his face. That alone indicates struggle. Yeah, take a look at this. You can see the nose of Epstein is not the same nose. You can see that, right? I'll just zoom it in for you. You can see that the nose is not the same. This nose here is rather straight, this one. And this nose over here is hooked. That's just the beginning of the differences. There's eye differences and there's ear differences. But look at the side of his face. You can see there's a battery mark there next to his face showing struggle. That means that he was hit or beaten. And according to the people at that location, you can see right here. This bruising right here is indicative of a beating. Now, how does a person get beaten up prior to committing suicide and calling that a legitimate suicide by hanging? You see why I'm saying cover up by the medical examiner, and she needs to go to jail. She's committing a felony by covering this up right now. And I will charge her summarily as President of the United States. But until then, I can just mouth off and talk about it. I know that there's a microphone in front of my face that looks like a phallic symbol on the UHF feed. I know that. How's your night going? Hey, pretty good, Other One. Thanks for coming in, man, and participating. As you know, this is our last chance. A third party is the only way we're going to stop this corruption. And if people don't realize the need for this after seeing such cover-up after cover-up, now by the NYPD and the Manhattan penitentiary system, it's bizarre. Manhattan Metropolitan, MCC they call it. That's just, the cover-up is beyond belief. I mean, we already saw 10 cops suicide recently. That's the shocking part. We saw 10 cops suicide in the NYPD in the past year. That's unusual. They're all calling it suicide, even though they shot themselves with bullets. One guy was at the top of his field studying the Anthony Weiner missing email case involving Hillary Clinton. He ended up killing himself a week before he was in retirement. He would have received $100,000 and some odd a year in retirement, and he kills himself. It doesn't make any sense. The top prosecutor he worked with killed himself as well, who also was privy to the 600,000 emails Anthony Weiner had. Everybody who had eyes on Anthony Weiner's emails are dead now. Okay, so I think we've established big-time cover-up. Yeah, you can go ahead and take a bong hit in a recreational state. Enjoy. Beyond that, folks, I really can't give you any specific data because I've seen enough right now on a cursory level to tell you nothing adds up. There's no way. Jeffrey Epstein died. He's alive and he's out there molesting children right now. Everybody must get stoned. That's a Bob Dylan song, yeah. Hey, we're in the 50th anniversary of... Yeah, we've had the 50th anniversary going on of Woodstock. Yep. And in the evenings, I give a little retro and I play some of the music from Woodstock. And YouTube, on the 14th, I started running the show. YouTube monetized one of my songs. It wasn't my song. It was actually somebody else, and they said it was theirs. And the song was an amazing Richie Havens song called Freedom. So, ironically, I get a monetization claim from YouTube that I can't play this song, Freedom, at Woodstock. Isn't that funny? And his family isn't making money on it. They just decided it's copyrighted, therefore you can't possibly play Freedom at Woodstock by Richie Havens. I played it the other night. I have about 3 minutes on there. Obviously, it's going to be on the video, but they're monetizing it. Peter Fonda has died, yes. I'm so sorry to tell you about that. His death at the age of 79. I don't know if it came as a shock to the people that knew him, but it came as a shock to me. I didn't know he had lung cancer. That's not appropriate. No. Anytime you slip the word in, that's inappropriate as well. Yeah, I will not allow that. All right. I will not allow racist terms here. Ever. You'll be muted every time it happens. I think you're really running off the mouth, Chef Gordon Ramsay. I mean, the fact that Epstein's been molesting little girls and getting away with it, and now he's free, and they put an imposter in there to pretend like he died, is even more disturbing. There's no way that Jeffrey Epstein's dead, not when his picture doesn't match the decedent's body. I mean, hello? So what we can assume from all of this is, number one, Peter Fonda is dead. Number two, there's no one in this country who has a chance to stop this level of corruption. No one in government's going to say anything about this. Jeffrey Epstein's still going to go running around the country with a different face, molesting children. And most of us are never going to realize that we're powerless because we're led to believe somehow we're living in a great country and we're free and democratic, which is the biggest lie of all. We're no more free or democratic than they are in some countries around the world that have totalitarian police forces at their airports. We do too. I was just at the airport. I saw about 15 police cars with machine guns. Of course, I didn't see the machine guns, but they're inside the cars. All right, great. Well, I'm glad I've got some order to the room because I don't want anyone, acting like they can get away with anything. The story of the Hillary Clinton's involvement in a lot of this intertwines throughout the whole thing. So much so, like I said, Donald Trump tweeted that Hillary Clinton caused Epstein's death. I don't even think Epstein's dead, but whatever. But here, a billionaire couple linked to the Clinton Foundation's work in Haiti found dead in a claimed murder-suicide. Barry and Honey Sherman were also a billionaire couple found donated to the Clinton Foundation. And these people were found dead. A man named Peter Smith and his wife were thrown out of their building, their hotel room, found dead. They were connected to the Clinton Foundation. Apparently, everyone connected to the Clinton Foundation was found dead. Remember Kate Spade? She suicided with a red scarf around her neck, and the next day her husband, Andy Spade, the brother of David Spade of Saturday Night Live, was wearing a mask of a rat with a red scarf on it. What kind of a man mourns his wife who died of hanging by a red scarf by wearing a red scarf and a mask of a rat? I mean, that was bizarre. That would be something the FBI should have investigated, but of course didn't. Kate Spade was one of the largest donators to the Clinton Foundation. There he is, right there. Look at this. Wearing a rat mask the day after his wife suicided by a red scarf. Look at that. Tell me that's not the weirdest thing ever. And then, of course, there's other people. Anthony Bourdain tweeted a few days before he died that Hillary Rodham Clinton, he said HRC operatives were after him, bothering him. Then he died. And Anthony Bourdain had $12.5 million missing from his account. Prior to his death, Anthony Bourdain, they said, had a net worth of $14 million. After his death, he had $1.5 million. So somehow, this man who allegedly committed suicide drained all his accounts and sent all that money to somebody else. And if I were doing the forensic analysis on that case, I would look up every single person that received the funds that were missing in his account. But our FBI agents aren't doing diddly squat to investigate anything. They're covering up things. That's what they're doing. No, Bourdain's money was not wasted. No. Up until the day he died, he had a $14 million net worth. And some bogus story was posted after the fact, post his death, posthumously. They posted something that he had said that his net worth was greatly exaggerated. I cannot verify that. Bino. Okay, for some of you people who are watching the show on UHF, I have to resort to the split screen now. Apparently, some of the pictures that you're seeing have my face with a superimposed dildo over it. Now I'm resorting to broadcasting from both sides of the picture, unfortunately. This is the only way I can defeat this constant harassment. It's been going on for some time, right? Oh yeah, I know. I agree. It did look fake. Yeah. Peter Fonda's dead, Tom. Do you want to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya? What do you want to do, Tom? Oh, Lord, Kumbaya. What does Kumbaya mean again? I don't really know. meaning of Kumbaya, my lord. The song became sneering shorthand for blissful agreement. The word Kumbaya is believed by many music historians to be Pidgin English, and its transliteration for the prayerful plea to God. Come by here, Kumbaya. Thank you. Don't you just love Google? Now, what about Elon Musk, who believes now that we should all have a chip in our head? I've heard about a chip on your shoulders, but Elon Musk and his new belief that we all have to be chipped in order to save ourselves is becoming almost mythically bizarre and seemingly the work of a crackhead. It just so happens that a man who does everything he can to keep his $19 billion debt amortized will now say whatever the elitists want him to say. Elon Musk's brain chip could be suicide of the mind, says one scientist. He's talking about a neural link, an implantable brain chip that will merge biological intelligence with machine intelligence, and he says it's the only way out, when in fact psychologists are saying it's suicide. I agree with the psychologists. I think Elon Musk is on crack. Well, I know he is. He admitted he takes crack just to stay awake. He wrote it in a tweet. I didn't believe it either, but yeah. Elon Musk on crack. Here is a copy of his Twitter message. Let's check this out. What's the trick to keep concentrated and not distracted with this little sleep? Elon Musk writes, large amounts of crack. So at least he admits he's on crack, you know? That's a starting point, don't you think? Yeah, he's muted for saying any word like that gets you muted automatically. Yeah. I know. Well, Elon Musk probably does have a chip in his brain. That's why he said that. Don't you agree, David? I do. You're a dang good-looking guy. I'm looking at myself. It's snowing microplastics in the Arctic. Just when you thought things couldn't get dirtier, you can't get anything clean. I know. Let's go to the next link down the road. It's snowing microplastics in the Arctic. Okay, then I'll get to the other issue about Donald Trump wanting to buy Greenland. Yeah, we'll wait on that. It's snowing microplastics in the Arctic. Okay. Yeah, it's in the sea turtle bellies, in human poop, in rainwater. If only we had listened to Mrs. Robinson and The Graduate when Dustin Hoffman said to some old staggy, the guy said, "It's the future is plastics, son." If only we had said, "Stop it, stop the plastics." Actually, I did. I've been fighting Dow Chemical since I was 7 years old. I'm not kidding either. I was arguing with a Dow Chemical representative in my elementary school when I was 7 years old. I've been fighting chemicals and petroleum-based products like pesticides, plastics. I don't even like polyester. The only plastic-based product I think is worth anything is nylon because it's so durable. You buy something made out of nylon and it's fantastic. Well, lucky for you, all of that will be disappearing with the nuclear explosion. So we won't have to worry about microplastics once mankind nukes the Earth. Now, how do you feel about them apples? I didn't suck on a plastic baby bottle. It was actually Bakelite. That's kind of weird. You got the same cup I do. Well, plastic is not the future. The future is nuclear radiation. Plastics won't matter to the nuke once it fries everything. That's where we're headed with Donald Trump threatening Iran and pissing off China, sucking off of Russia, doing whatever the rich Jewish Zionist elitists want him to do. Yeah, sure. And they're not even Jewish, by the way, the Zionist elitists. Yeah, I don't think we have to worry. I think nukes will pretty much take care of the plastic problem. It kind of supersedes the plastic problem, if you know what I mean. Yeah, believe me, microplastic is the least of our worries. I mean, come on, people now. Cry on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Okay, we'll be doing a retro to the 60s a little bit later. Are there any more dildos over the screen, or can I remove this screen right here? All right, thank you. If there is a dildo hanging over the screen, I want you to tell me about it, because I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Now, Trump is willing, at this point, he says he wants to look into buying Greenland. Why? I think he just discovered that Greenland existed because somebody said that they're seeing the ice disappear there due to climate change, and Trump said, "Oh no, that's not climate change, that's real estate value." He sees the green in the green land. He wants to make it his little private golf course or something now that the global climate change is destroying the atmosphere. But can you imagine having a president with as low of an IQ as we have right now? I can't. I mean, he must be like teetering on 95 right now, barely functional. Oh, just for your information, I'm a very stable genius. Hey, Moonwreck, what's going on? How did we get to this place where politics is totally bought off by Jewish elitists? Well, we, the Goyim of the world, didn't bother to say, Dave, would you like a donation?
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
I got one word for him. Liar. Now, Trump did say something. He actually said that maybe humans were created by the earth to make plastic. That may have been their only purpose. And he really believes that by buying up Greenland, it's somehow going to help us. I wonder what Denmark feels about Greenland being sold. Frankly, I don't think we needed to buy Greenland when we can't even afford to pay off our national debt because our money's so screwed up in the hands of the World Bank. Yeah, I mean, we probably have more than enough money at the World Bank to pay off our national debt of $22 trillion and give Trump the rest. Maybe, no, don't tell him. He might just go with that idea. Don't mention that to him. You're from Ireland. Welcome to our show there, Ireland. Yeah. It's hard to believe he was voted in. Well, Ford, our Diebold voting system has been completely corrupted for years. I seriously wouldn't doubt that Russia didn't buy the 6 states that pushed Trump over the edge. Aye, from Ireland. I had a good chance to meet a woman from Ireland when I was about 20 years old, and she was 18, and she was a foreign exchange student, and she was really, really beautiful, you know, the red hair, the whole thing, free-spirited, and I just am so glad I didn't fall in love with her, because I probably would have been jilted. You know, that's that concept of you know, Irish women tend to go back to their Irish men. That's one thing I've noticed. They don't like Scandinavians like I am. But anyway, Trump may want to buy Greenland, but the internet says, wait, what? I think everybody's going, wait, what? Greenland? Seriously? That was the prevailing reaction late Thursday after the Wall Street Journal reported Trump expressed interest in buying Greenland. The report said Trump's interest has had varying degrees of seriousness, but said that he has asked advisors about it repeatedly. Sources told the Journal that Trump may see Greenland as an Alaska-like purchase that would expand America's reach and serve as his lasting legacy. Oh man, what a complete turd brain he is. Yeah, not entirely new. The U.S. made an attempt to buy the landmass from Denmark in 1867 and again in 1946. So, if Denmark really wants to make a big land grab, I mean, I can certainly see how they'd want to, get some cash. But Denmark has a solvent economy, and they even have solid renewable energy resources, whereas we don't. I don't think Trump has the financial wisdom to understand that we are broke. We can't afford to buy Greenland. We're $22 trillion in debt. Hello? You prefer the African woman story? What is that? I don't have one here. All I know is that everybody is right now mourning the loss of Peter Fonda, especially his sister Jane Fonda. My heart goes out to the Fonda family, who I'm very fond of. Jane Fonda has made an amazing rebirth of her good looks. She's seen in pictures here in her 80s. I just don't know any woman in her 80s that look as good as Jane Fonda. What do they call her? Hanoi Jane? For her visit to North Vietnam during the Vietnam War when 58,000 men lost their life. She went off there to hang with the North Vietnamese. Yeah, but she looks great, don't you think? I mean, for 80 years old, my goodness. She's up there with Raquel Welch. Raquel Welch must look pretty good too. Let's see what she looks like. Oh yeah. Talk about beautiful women. When you have that bone structure, and Sarah has bone structure like Raquel Welch. When you have that bone structure, you just can't help but look great no matter how old you are. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Raquel Welch. All right, moving on. Nice, I know. I'm fond of the Fonda family. I loved Henry Fonda in The Grapes of Wrath. He was one of the most beloved actors of our time, and his son, Peter Fonda, really captured our attention in that movie Easy Rider. Everyone wanted to cozy up with his, guys getting off of Harley Davidson with crotch rot. All right. Yeah, I did have a chance to talk to Dennis Hopper for 30 minutes. And I asked him about his role in Easy Rider, and he said it was a blast. He said that was the best time they ever had. And it was very enjoyable making that movie. In fact, you don't mind if I speak for Dennis Hopper right now. Just kidding. Sorry, Dennis. Dennis was famous for other movies besides Easy Rider. He was Blue Velvet. He played a guy named Frank, a sexual predator, who it became a cult classic. Blue Velvet. And he was famous for breathing into a nitrous oxide container and screaming out, "Mommy!" Classic scene. If you've never seen it, let me play it for you right now. He would really breathe nitrous oxide and then say "mommy" afterward. Isn't that the funniest thing ever? Regressing into his infantile state while breathing nitrous oxide. I mean, come on. Dennis Hopper was a cool guy, and Peter Fonda was a cool guy too. I didn't know Peter Fonda, but he sure seemed cool. Okay, man, fat shamed by Trump at rally says he's still my president. Oh, God. You imagine Donald Trump fat shaming somebody when he's sporting an extra 80 pounds? I mean, talk about a total hypocrite. Donald Trump has been seen with this massive belly. I mean, just huge, driven belly, fish burger, Diet Coke belly. And then he turns to some guy in the crowd and who's a heckler and says, you need to go on a diet. Talk about the pot calling the kettle marijuana. Whatever. David, you are gaining height and weight and looking better since you came home. Yes. I'm getting close to 6'5" now that I've extended my cartilage in my backbone. I'm trying to stand up straighter. Trump isn't healthier than me. Hardly. I'm 59 years old and I feel like I'm 27. Trump looks like he's 80 and he feels like he's 120. Steve, what do you got? Steve Chatter? I'm going to pass on the gang member thing, Steve. I don't think that's appropriate here, Steve-O. Yeah. David, what do you do to thwart the gray? Oh, well, what I do is I tell every follicle every day to feel good and fresh and yellow. I actually wear a natural colorant made out of plant protein. In other words, I stick my head in my algae pond and swish it around and it comes out yellow. Dad of 2 chokes to death after taking part in a taco eating competition. Oh, this is so sad. Oh my gosh. Dana Hutchings, the father of 2 teenage children, died eating tacos. He began to choke, and the medical staff rushed over, started to give him first aid, then turned over to the American ambulance. He later died of eating tacos. Furious attempts to save him. He died 30 minutes later from eating tacos. This is a sad day in food heaven.
Died after taking part in a taco eating contest at a minor league baseball game.
Witnesses say 41-year-old Dana Hutchings choked and collapsed during Tuesday night's contest in Fresno, falling face first onto a table, then tumbling to the ground. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. His medical history will be part of the coroner's investigation. This is horrible. We hear about the...
Oh, come on. There's no need for a coroner's investigation. The guy choked to death eating chicken tacos. See what I mean? They have a coroner's investigation into a guy who obviously choked to death eating chicken tacos, but they somehow decide that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself even though he had contusions on his face from struggle and a broken neck bone. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that every coroner in the country is a liar. You remember the coroner that declared that Andrew Breitbart had died of natural causes even though he had a red band around his head? That coroner, by the way, was poisoned that day. Seriously. And the LAPD didn't report the poisoning of the coroner who filled out the affidavit or the autopsy of Andrew Breitbart. The guy died of arsenic poisoning, and the LAPD withheld that information for 2 months. Talk about a big cover-up. Need I say more? Big-time cover-up. That's right. Okay, good night, everyone. You're tired? Okay, Odin the cat, sleep well, man. Get some rest. Get those REM sleeps that you need. If you go to bed now, you'll get at least 3 REM sleep cycles. Uh-oh. Kiefer Sutherland has been seriously injured. This is just right off the press.
And Peter Fonda died.
Peter Fonda died, and Kiefer Sutherland has been seriously injured. I love that, the work that he does as an actor.
David likes Kiefer Sutherland. What did he... What?
Well, he played in Designated Survivor, and Kiefer Sutherland's seriously injured after a fall on a tour bus. He's canceled the final leg of his European tour following a bad fall that left him seriously injured. Wow. Sadly, I slipped on the steps of the bus whilst in Denmark and seriously injured a rib, making it difficult to breathe and impossible to sing. I didn't know he did sing. I'm so sorry for any inconvenience that I've caused the fans who bought tickets. Wow. Well, at least it's a broken rib and nothing's more serious. He'll survive. He's designated survivor. He has to survive, right, Sarah?
There you go.
Yeah. Well, I hope he feels better. Okay, Sarah's going to come in and give you a little personal time while I go do a few chores around the house. No, Peter Fonda really did die. Jeffrey Epstein's alive. The good guys are dead. The bad guys are still alive.
Give it a day and that'll all change.
No,
For Peter Fonda.
for Peter Fonda, he's definitely dead. Okay. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s plane bounced multiple times and went off the runway during a crash, but he's probably okay. All right, we're going to step out. Yeah, I didn't even know I was having a tour, and I didn't even know Kiefer Sutherland could sing. No, Dr. Meow, you're stretching here. Peter Fonda was suffering from lung cancer, long, protracted death. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, he didn't before Daryl, but now he would. Yeah, I saw that Kiefer rhyming with reefer. Good job, Daryl. I guess everyone's capable of that, Dr. Meow. I didn't think you were, but... Hello, Ford. I am well. I don't want to look at the news, though. I just want to talk to you. And you. Yeah. Hello, double cross. Oh, so it does, Dr. Meow. So it does. And hosting on the show as well. Finishing each other's sentences. Yes. You can't see it. Turn around, sit down. Can't see that part of me. All right. He has PhDs in meowology, maybe? Something like that. I hope you're all having a good Purology, true. A good Friday night. Thank you, Coffee Espresso. Yeah, I don't know what time Dairy Queen closes. I have no idea. Is it one of those warm nights you need some ice cream? I am a little tired. David told me to take a nap and I was watching the IT Crowd. No, I really don't, Bangalitis. Some people aren't ready to learn. Oh, you also have... I did not know you had a degree in theology. No, I do not like Trump. I like Sponheim, who was on earlier. I don't like Trump. Oh, I'm capable of them, but I'm capable of late night discussions. I'd rather not speak to certain people. A mocha mulate? Alright, enjoy. Hello, ML Martin, 65. Oh, don't let David see you type that, Daryl. You know, you'll get banned for that. Banned from the room. I guess I should probably keep up with some news. But not sure if I want to. Yeah. I could watch less TV and then I'd be totally capable of having more conversations. Yeah, I came across that story on CNN. The 6 teenagers tried to rob a house. The homeowner shot and killed one of those teenagers, and then the other 5 have been arrested and charged with murder of that one. Because they all got together and, like, talked him into it, I think. Oh no, Ford, I'll wait until David comes back, and then maybe I'll take a nap, but I don't know. Customs computer failure snarls some passengers at U.S. airports. All right. Oh, 16-year-old was mauled to death by dogs. That's pretty sad. David is the one running for president. The guy who figured out Bernie Madoff's scam now says GE is about to go bankrupt. Huh. Interesting. The Dow Jones climbed up another 300 points. So it was down 800, up 100 yesterday, up 300 today. Oh. Yep. Jay-Z is going to own part of an NFL team, be part owner of an NFL team. Oh, sorry, Keith. iVlog is down. You can't load it. Pento got in. My name is Sarah. I'm 41 years old. I live in the United States of America. Wow. Researchers have built a heat shield that's only 10 atoms thick, just 10 atoms thick, that protects electronic devices. Wow. Hello, perf. Yes, I did know that the USA brought men from Germany, even scientists, you could say some were war criminals, but yes, to fight, to work in the United States, yes. Hello. Okay.
Just hang up on it.
I got it. It was one of these telemarketers, and I removed the phone number from the list. My number is removed from the list. Okay. I wish you had nice teachers when you were young. I'm glad. Thanks, Keith. I really doesn't matter to me. That's pretty cool about the heat shield. 10 atom thick heat shield. Alright, and Trump praises reusable rockets and omits moon in space remarks. There's super deep diamonds from the Earth's core have been discovered. Vaping is not good. It's has been linked to dozens of hospitalizations.
Yeah, I'm gonna fire it up.
All right, and
Were the stand screws there?
Huh?
Did it have stand screws?
there's a deadly
Screwed in?
Yeah, they screwed
virus called EEE, and
Work okay?
it's been found in mosquitoes on the East Coast. I think I got away from the East Coast just in time.
that way it won't.
Oh gosh. I have one thought on Trump wanting to purchase Greenland like it's a property for sale.
To hear about your success traveling all around the internet.
No. And I mean, just really, don't you understand? No, he doesn't understand. Doctors suspect dozens of lung illnesses. Vaping is the cause of dozens of lung illnesses in the U.S. I wonder what this EEE virus is that's been found in mosquitoes. The second human EEE case was confirmed in Massachusetts, and 10 new communities are at critical risk out of Boston, and it's from the mosquitoes. Eastern equine encephalitis virus. Oh my goodness. And the man was between the ages of 19 and 30. He was from Eastern Worcester County. The risk level in 7 nearby communities has been raised to critical. A young goat in Bristol County tested positive for the disease. Norton is closing all town forests, parks, and ball fields from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. until further notice. So this is on Sunday. They confirmed the first human case of EEE, Eastern equine
At a second
encephalitis. In 6 years, a man older than 60 from southern Plymouth County tested positive. He's a resident of Rochester. They're working with the local boards of health and mosquito control projects along with other mosquito control experts to coordinate surveillance and discuss the appropriate levels of response. Wow. My goodness. Goodness, I got out of mosquito land just in case, or just in the nick of time. Man, That's a good point, Dr. Meow. That's interesting. Far too intellectual for this show. Well, when I'm on it, I actually think you have a point there. And, you know, I do think, like, I always felt like the time would come that we don't, I know everybody needs work to pay their bills and everything, but really when it comes to resources and what do we need for life and things to have a nice life, and I really have been thinking about different things with like that. I still feel like I have enough. I have enough of stuff for life, and anyway, I think that's good. Anyway, the other one is thank you, Chef Gordon Ramsay. But I do often think about like what a society would be like if people didn't need to work. And I mean, well, then there's this other thing that happened on August 2nd. Did David tell you all that on August 2nd, quietly, our new U.S. budget was passed and signed into law by Trump, but passed by both House and Senate. And with the new budget that they passed, the U.S. budget, they basically eliminated the debt ceiling until 2021, and then it will come up again in 2021. And they had put caps on spending under different things, and they essentially eliminated those caps as well. And in some ways it's like, oh, we're going deeper and deeper in debt. But when you come to realize that our entire monetary system is based on debt, it really comes down to, do we have the resources to create the world in which we want to live? And, you know, we really do have those resources to have a wonderful world, within certain means. Yeah. And of course, the debt will never be paid, but the debt is, yes, I'm sad to say, I should be sad to say that the debt will never be paid, but in many ways it was impossible to pay the minute that the first dollar was printed and not tied into gold or silver weight. Gold and silver are just like rocks. So it was happened the minute they created a monetary system. Banks don't like you because you have no debt. You know, I mean, I think on a microeconomic scale, it's good to have no debt. On a macroeconomic scale, I think it's a completely different perspective. Well, the issue though is if you do print infinitely more money, then your money becomes worth less. And then the people that don't work at all or don't have any money, it's impossible for them to, or have very little, it's impossible for them to obtain anything. It's really about the value that we put on money. in Ireland, you bailed out the bondholders, and you feel like Europe is going down the tubes. I heard Iceland, they, incarcerated the bankers. Oh, awesome. Maxed out credit. He KonMari'd his electronics bench and all his tools today. Another word for organized. 7 hours it took you. But doesn't it feel, but KonMari is so much more than organization, because really it's about getting rid of stuff you don't need, giving it to other people that might need it, maybe just getting rid of it. Which sometimes I wonder if it's just the whole idea of getting rid of stuff, and then, it's like, does that get you back into the consumer mindset? That's awesome. You're like, I need that item, and you're like, I'll go buy one, and then you're like, wait, I already have it. It's amazing when you organize your things, especially with that KonMari method. It's like you can actually find the things you have, so you don't buy things you don't need. Yeah, saved about 2 months and 1 month of time to find it when everything's organized so you can see it. It's so good. Yeah, that might be interesting, Dr. Meow. All the people leave. Oh. In the towns of Andover, Hanson, and Walpole, mosquitoes located in the communities have tested positive for Eastern equine encephalitis. They were of a species that's known to bite humans. I wonder if I should ask them to test me. So stay indoors from dusk to dawn. I didn't know mosquitoes were more active at night. At least in the areas where I were, they were active all the time. Okay, Chef Gordon Ramsay. Wow, isn't that crazy? Yeah. So did you find you had 2 of certain items? Yeah, Frexit. You found you had 3 and 4 of some items, multiple. Yeah, amazing. Aerial spraying is happening to get rid of mosquitoes. David would say, oh, well, it's more chemtrails and they're causing more mosquito problems. Eastern equine encephalitis is a rare but serious and potentially fatal disease that can affect people of all ages. There was an outbreak in 2004 to 2006, 2012 to 2010 to 2012. And now it's coming back. I know. I am so happy to be back home. Well, I hear there's mosquitoes in Alaska as well, but I think I'm going to just stay here from now on. There's a lot of places around here I haven't seen, because when we're here, it's just like, we just stay here in this house. And I was thinking, oh, I could go visit this little village nearby, or, Oh, thanks, Green Taxi. Bike. I don't have a bike. I don't want a bike. No, but I do have a... But yesterday I used my hammock for the first time. I think I told you guys when I first got my hammock, it was like Christmas, a couple Christmases ago. And I finally hung it up. It's really just a one-person hammock. And I took a nap in it. I could do that this evening, except there might be mosquitoes out there. It's like dusk now. Aww. Well, we have such nice trees here, and I was like, I really want to use the hammock. I always wanted to. Before yesterday, the last time I had used a hammock was when I was like a kid, and probably at somebody else's house I was visiting. I don't think I had a hammock, but I was like, I really enjoyed that memory of being a kid in a hammock, and so I got a hammock, and then I had it in my car for a really long time. Drove around with it in my car in a little bag. It's in a little bag, and then when we came back, I took it with us on our trip, and thought I would use it on my trip, and I didn't. So when we got back, yesterday I'm like, I'm gonna hang up my hammock. And then I thought I lost a couple straps that I needed, and I was like, I think they're in the car because we took them on the trip, and I think I remember seeing them. David wasn't sure, but he found them, the package of straps, and I hung it up and laid in it, and it was really good. Not quite Bingalitis. Like futons, no bed to make, kick it in the washing bag. Or yeah, just turn it into the couch. Moonrack. Hello, Moonrack. I should build a she shack. I don't know how much time I would spend in a she shack or she shed. We are planning to do some work on our on our greenhouses, and then I want to kind of set something up in our greenhouse so I can go and sit in it. A she shack, is it like a she shed? Like you know how they used to have like man caves where men can watch their big screen TV and hang out, drink beer, and then women got into doing this thing where they build she sheds where they go out and garden and read and do things outside in the shed. Well, I've got 2 trees, so I was able to do that. Yeah, you remember 8 years ago when we started building the seawater pipeline prototype. So we took that hoop house, the small hoop house, and we elevated it up. And now we still have yet to cover it. And David bought this, for his spa, he bought this like blue liner, and then he ended up putting it around our biodome, the circular greenhouse, and then he did that all on his own because I was perfectly fine with the plastic we had there, even though it was getting old. But anyway, we're going to take that blue that he bought that's on the biodome and put it on his the hoop house, turn it into like a blue hoop house. And then put some clear on the dome, the biodome. And if he had put this like black water container in the middle of the biodome, he took that out of there. I do like the way David smells, but I don't think I would wear the way Dave smells as a perfume. Yeah, well, I do have a garden shed at school. And I do have a shed here that needs some work. Definitely need to build shelves on both places. So I might have to get into some woodworking and learn how to build shelves and do that. The shed here needs a little... Well, it does contain all my things for my worms. The one at school. You know what you should look into? You want a leg and foot mouthwash? Actually, you should look into a thing called toe juice. I just bought some of this. I use it. Here, let me get the actual link for you. I guess it's not coming up. I've used it. It's good. I like it. I actually went and bought more of it. I bought the package that comes with all the products. Oh, original toe juice, facial wipes, and body scrub. Yeah, that is like foot juice. It's really good. It was created by a high school chemistry teacher. I know it sounds weird, but it's just mostly alcohol, like rubbing alcohol. It has some other products, other things in it, and it is really nice on your feet. But then there's other products you can use for your face, and I know, some body scrub. Yeah, I just think I think that Trump looks like a buffoon. Wanting to buy Greenland. He's warned the island cannot be bought. Yeah, I have heard that. I think I've seen that painting. Alright. Looked at it for a second. That weird painting Epstein had of Bill Clinton.
Oh, you're coming out. Okay, I'm coming in. You can come out. And Sarah's doing great. Thank you, Sarah. Greenland is for sale.
Greenland is not for sale.
Oh, it's not? I thought Trump bought it already. Oh, wow. I thought he put it on his credit card.
Well, Green Taxi, I gave you a link, so there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would work too, slow modes.
Yeah, well, why not try to buy everything, including his freedom from prosecution? Well, he has to remain president in order to avoid prosecution. We know that. So that's why Donald Trump is running for 2020, because he doesn't want to be put in jail. I did look at Epstein's painting of Bill Clinton. I thought it was very becoming, a beautiful blue dress Bill chose to wear. And in all fairness, if Bill wants to be a transgender, that's not the issue. Yeah, if he wants to do dress up, that's not the issue. The issue really is, should we be sensitive to Bill's needs as a transgender? Or better yet, should Bill be prosecuted for having unnatural actions at Orgy Island? I think that's more appropriate, don't you think? Or do you think? Did Sarah show you the foot juice? The toe juice it's called? Yeah, it's pretty cool. No, he went 26 times. Clinton actually took U.S. military planes to fly to Orgy Island 26 times, 6 of which times Hillary was on the plane with him. Yeah, I believe one time she went with 500 pizzas, which she ordered from James Alefantis and Comet Pizza. Well, Hillary Clinton is on record in the WikiLeaks having emailed an email from James Alefantis at Comet Pizza talking about thank you for the $9,000. And he told other people, George Soros, thank you for the $11,000 in an email. And no one can understand why Hillary Clinton spent $9,000 on pizza or George Soros $11,000 on pizza. And then later, about a year after the WikiLeaks came out, Hillary Clinton made an announcement that, here, Amber. Yeah, Amber has to be able to get out. There you go. Go ahead. Hillary Clinton made an announcement that she had purchased a big amount of pizzas at one of her parties when she was Secretary of State to cover her ass on this issue. Why did she have $9,000 in pizzas? Can you imagine? So they got that coverage too. So we can only assume that children were involved. Human trafficking is involved. Pizza was code word for a child prostitute or something. Apparently, even the FBI informed everybody in 2007 that these were words being used by the cheese pizza was a word describing child pornography. Obama bought 47,000 to be exact, Max. But you're right, close to $50,000 in pizza. So we don't know where that money went and where was the big pizza party. So all that's suspicious. And then Bill Clinton and the Hillary Clinton Foundation, they have all these connections to bizarre money handlings of the $5.4 billion donated to Haiti after the terrible earthquake that occurred. And some people believe that earthquake may have been caused by unnatural means. The 339,000 people that died there were killed by the earthquake. Some people believe the earthquake may have been caused by weather modification. I know this sounds a little bit out there, but we do have the ability to control the weather. And we've been seeding clouds with silver iodide for years to create weather modification. And they've got the ability to trigger earthquakes too. What they do is they're able to triangulate a radar frequency into a curled heavy metal ball comprised of chemicals that they dump in the air. This is how it's done. And that ball can heat up the lithosphere underneath the surface of the ground, creating complete eruptions in the ground. And many people believe that the earthquake in Haiti was done purposely. Causing the earthquake led to the death of 339,000 people which then, I know this sounds really out there, but then an entire island became a resort. Haiti has a resort on it now, right where the people died. And guess who was involved in the building of that resort? The Clinton Foundation. So take a look at this ball of lightning that was seen by cameras over Haiti right before the major earthquake that killed 339,000 people.
I have no idea. Wow.
It's what? It's getting bigger. What is that?
Oh, let me see if I can focus in on that. It's pretty cool. Come on, focus, focus. Damn it.
God. Oh my
Wow.
God. So huge that is.
And right after this ball of lightning was seen, this is not a moon, it's a ball of lightning. Right after this ball of radar frequency heavy metals was seen, there was a massive earthquake leading to the death of 339,000. So, I mean, what could I say? No investigation by anybody in the two-party system into the Haitian money deal. The Benghazi story ended with Trey Gowdy asking some irrelevant questions to Hillary Clinton. When Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State, she actually removed a known terrorist agency off of the known terrorist watch list the day after Benghazi happened. I know. It's almost like we're paying you back for what you did kind of thing. That would have been a question I would have asked her about the MEK and how she removed MEK from the known list of terrorists the day after Chris Stevens died. And it does look like Chris Stevens was alive all the way up through that time period in the hospital, and someone may have killed him. He actually survived and was breathing through diesel when he made it to the hospital, and according to one witness, he was seen alive. So it's possible they just executed him at the hospital like they did Seth Rich. Remember Seth Rich? Seth Rich exposed the WikiLeaks thing, and he wasn't even called. The story of Seth Rich wasn't even discussed in the Mueller report. Completely swept under the rug. The Awan brothers swept under the rug, and then Roger Stone was pulled out of the blue and accused of doing things that he clearly didn't do. To this day, it led to the redaction of 9% of the 448-page Mueller report, which has left us hanging. So you see how quickly these cover-ups are occurring in every way, in every turn in America? I'm overwhelmed by the level of corruption I'm seeing in my own government right now. And as an American, I've grown up in this country and seen the transitions over the years, and I can tell you, we don't deserve this idiot for president.
I'm like a very smart person.
And he's not very smart. He's actually mishandling our foreign policy something fierce. And without any brokerage for solutions toward working out the problems in the Middle East, without any kind of commitment to at least striking a new plan, Trump is leaving us in the doldrums with no plan whatsoever. We are rudderless. Our economy is failing because we don't have any growth industries. We are relying on the sale of weapons, nuclear weapons at that, to Saudi Arabia. I mean, what kind of a brain fart came through Trump's head when he said he was going to sell nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia? I mean, I can see selling them a few jets, but nuclear weapons, I'm sorry, that changes the dimension of the Gulf of the Persian Gulf right now, and the Strait of Omar is in jeopardy. It's very likely Trump is doing the work of Vladimir Putin to try to drive the price of oil up, so don't be surprised if that doesn't happen. I would never fat shame someone. My goodness. I've lived with weight problems throughout my whole life. I know what it's like to be made fun of for having a little belly. So I would never fat shame someone. I know how hard it is for you people who are trying to conquer your desire to stuff 4 or 5 fat burgers in your mouth. It's not easy. I know. Well, you got a lot of stress. Your comfort food may be pizza. I told Sarah, I confided in her recently, I said, you know, I am kind of addicted to pizza. Well, I used to be addicted to, a lot of different food items. I was at one point into peanut butter and then into ice cream, and I got rid of those food addictions. And now I think I'm acquiring a pizza addiction, but I'll handle it. But that's how a lot of people gain weight. You like Cheez-Its, really? Yeah. Pounding those Cheez-Its away and you get to the point where you don't even take the one out and go like that. You're just throwing them in your mouth. Yeah, you're eating out of frustration. The worst reason to eat. Yeah, a box a night, it's not keeping your weight down. It's going to keep adding. I would get down to controlling the Cheez-It intake and start to pace yourself like some people do with cigarettes. Yeah, set them on a table and line them up in an array and do 5 Cheez-Its in 1 hour. I dare you. Good luck. I know, or even nips. Yeah, you like cheese nips, and that'll put on the pounds. And the only way to break a food addiction, and I can tell you from experience, I've had a few. The only way to break a food addiction is to begin the beguine right there, right now. Tell yourself, I'm just going to have one of these per hour or per day. So one person told me they wouldn't go to get a pizza more than once every 15 days. That's a good step in the right direction. I like that. I was saying once a week with me, because Sarah and I oftentimes get a pizza during the week. But now I'm really into it because they developed this cheese stuffed pizza at Little Caesars, and it's very affordable. And the crust is oh my gosh, his second bake on that is really good. It's oh no. They turned the crust into something good. Now it's even more addicting. Yeah, so if you convert to a different type of food within that same range of food that kind of gives you some pleasure, they make some healthier snack foods that are crackers, organic crackers that are kind of like cheese nips, but not quite as, cheesy. Then you're starting to get away from the GMO wheat, which is causing wheat belly. Like Little Caesars has GMO wheat in it. Believe me, I'm not the perfect person. I'll eat some GMO wheat if it's got a nice cheese topping. But the fact of the matter is, most of the wheat in our society or in our country's wheat supply has been corrupted over the past 10 years by wheat companies cheating the laws of the EPA and the USDA and allowing genetically modified wheat into the supply. And what this is wheat that's been designed to make you feel good. They actually culled all the wheat seeds down to the ones that really make people feel good, and they have an opiate in them that is like heroin. So when you get it in your body and you're I'm sitting there after a half a pizza and you're I feel so good. That's actually the same type of high on a lighter level that people get when they're heroin addicts. So you're being opiated on top of this, and this is why people are eating 600 calories per day more wheat than they should be. And they're saying that the pizza is healthy in their minds to talk themselves into it. Nice move. Well, if I had one of those pizza makers in my kitchen, I'd probably do a pizza show. I've seen them. They're electric ovens that are about this big, and you make your pizza dough and you set it out and you throw it in the electric oven. I might just get one someday. Good night from Ireland. Boy, you're up at the wee hours. Good night. You mean good morning. Good morning to you. Well, any kind of pizza is good pizza in my mind. I mean, Sarah says she likes pepperoni. I mean, okay, that's boring. I like sausage, but, I'll take a lot of other ingredients big time. When I first met Sarah, she was working at a pizza store, and she featured a really good sourdough pizza with chicken and garlic and white sauce. And I almost think that's one of the best pizzas I've ever had, is when she made that one. That she made it for me too. When I first met her, that's what I sat there and ate, this personal pan pizza, and it was really good. Yeah. Garlic chicken sourdough pizza. No, it's not a good idea to buy Greenland because, frankly, it's going to get very dry very soon. It'll be Brownland soon. It did sound romantic. The brown land, right now, it used to be very icy, now it's slushy and green, but pretty soon it'll be brown and it'll be a wasteland. So Trump will have bought a wasteland of dead tundra. Meanwhile, Trump is not doing anything to address the chemicals that are being dumped on our heads every day. He's never mentioned the word chemtrail once. And I'm getting a little tired of this hypocrisy coming out of the Trump camp. And all the people at QAnon that think he's stopping the deep state, they're the ones being sprayed like bugs and they don't even know it. We're being dumped on every day. We're not even free to breathe. We don't even know what they're putting in the air. So instead, we're talking about selling Greenland or buying Greenland. You see how completely ridiculous this is? Yeah, it's called sidetracking the conversation. And Denmark is not going to sell Greenland. It's absurd. In fact, if I were Denmark, I would be expanding Greenland's operation to include a lunar module rover. Oh, wait a second. NASA is using that part of that land right now as a rover place to test their rovers. Well, it's kind of strange, but the same topography they claim is on Mars is on Greenland. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. What's the likelihood that the exact same terrain is on Mars as on Greenland? Well, it turns out they switch the film frequently from their Greenland mock rover station to the Mars feed from the rover that's allegedly rolling around the ground on Mars. Speaking of that, I'll get to that. Trump is now talking about going to Mars. And he says he's going to stop off on the... he actually is not talking about the moon at all. He hasn't mentioned anything about the moon, except that it's part of Mars. Trump has said that it is part of Mars. So apparently the moon is a Mars subsidiary. Maybe he's going to stop off on the moon and land on the way to Mars. But he's not talking about the Artemis program, which is the funding to get back to Mars, which a lot of congressmen are looking forward to. Laura Eisenhower wanted to go to Mars.
My name is Laura Magdalene Eisenhower, and I'm the great-granddaughter of Dwight David Eisenhower. In 2006, something very interesting happened to my path. I ended up meeting somebody at a gathering that offered me an opportunity to go off-planet. In 2006, I was recruited to go off-planet to Mars, the planet Mars. A lot of people don't believe me. I get, mail all the time. You're disinfo, you're crazy, blah, blah, blah. And, it doesn't faze me at all. It actually makes me stronger in a lot of ways because, truth doesn't need belief. It just is. It doesn't require, it doesn't feed on anybody, it doesn't steal.
That's right. Dutch Foundation Mars One is trolling for pioneers to colonize the red planet. You just have to be at least 18 years old to apply.
So that was the Mars One program, and Laura Eisenhower wanted to go on it. But here's footage of the Mars terrain, of the Greenland terrain, photographed from Google Earth. And a guy went out there and looked at all this terrain and went looking for various things. And he did a Google Earth search. And he found the rover and everything else. So Greenland is already occupied by NASA.
Mars. So I'm just kind of creeping around here and definitely noticing the same kind of undulation changes and same kind of rock, same kind of dirt. Only thing that's missing is that nice little red tint that they pay somebody $150,000 a year to put on there. And then I see little things there. So, well, it's not Mars because they got some weird little food. They've been there a while. It's not a one-day trip. Got their antenna set up out in the middle of nowhere in Greenland. Another ATV, a leveler equipment. So that was all that picture had. Let's see what this one's got. So this one here said roving the Arctic. So what is that? Doesn't make any sense. I'll pop in here. See if we can find anything. Again, same kind of mountains. That looks like the same kind of water I've seen before that I thought was water on Mars. Who knows? Zoom in, what's that? Oh, nothing. Just looked like it was funny. So I'll keep kind of going through here and see if it. What the? Yeah. So.
Yeah. So the Mars rover is, in fact, on Greenland itself. So, yeah. Good to know. I was wondering where they were shooting those Martian photographs. NASA never claimed this was Mars. No, actually, NASA does have pictures of Mars that are identical to the terrain of Greenland. You are wrong. Asia's falling. Yellow light, phase 1, preliminary report, European continent decreases. Audience, American continent, yellow light, phase 2. We're not sure if Europe knows that that Asia is in trouble. Now, Asia, as you know, relies heavily on the European markets, and we know that a boost in income from Europe is expected for China, but when the yuan dropped its currency value and devalued last week, and I believe Xi Jinping is making a bold move by doing that, it triggered a general sense of relief in the Europe because they're going to be buying things cheaper. So it's good news for Europe. But that doesn't mean that it's good long-term for China. China relies heavily on the purchase of raw materials, especially from areas that they are depleted in. We rely on China for rare earth elements, and they control 97% of that. Now, our entire tech sector is hinging on China's willingness to sell rare earth metals. China's success is their ability to feed their entire 1.3 billion people population-wise. So we both have certain things that are leveraging each other in this trade negotiation, which is yet to start. But the most important part is Donald Trump needs to end this ridiculous charge against Meng of Huawei, the telecommunications giant in Asia, who clearly doesn't deserve a charge of criminality for simply selling communications to Iran. Now, 18 nations are negotiating with trade relations with Iran. Trump is stepping on all those 18 nations in his attempt to create a trade war that he could easily win, no problem. Not very similar, identical. No. There are pictures of the terrain in Greenland that matches Ireland, too. We are not going anywhere because we can't even leave the ionosphere. The sad truth of the matter is our abilities to extend beyond the ionosphere have been greatly over-exaggerated. Just like the theory that aliens exist on this earth, that's ridiculous.
Damn, son.
Sorry for the ear rape. I wanted you to know that it's time to wake up. We can't sit here all night and get bored out of our minds thinking that, oh, everything's the way we're supposed to think it, and we're supposed to all go along like sheep. Meh. I say no to that. My mind is different. All right, are you awake yet? Thank you. Some of you are falling asleep after the big chicken dinner you had, eating genetically modified steroid chicken. I hope that works out for you. You're right. The bone marrow loss in a very short period of time, if you're in space, is very significant. I mean, John Glenn proved that when he went on his last flight. Good point, Dr. Meow. 368 days in space is all you can do, and then the guy had a wheelchair for life afterwards. So Dr. Meow has lowered the boom on interstellar space travel. Thank you. Until we can conquer the G factor, and I don't mean your G spot, we've got a problem. Getting zero gravity up there is essential to retain our bone structure. So unless something is developed to enhance our bone strength, we're not likely going to travel to Mars. And anybody who thinks that is a Trump-tard, with their head clearly up their ass. Oh, I want to try to start a space war. Oh. You know, why doesn't Donald Trump talk about the important things? Like we've got Nazis in the Republican Party that started 2 wars. Yeah, you know the Bush family were working for Hitler? I know. This puts things in perspective when you look at this picture. We're still in the wars that George W. started. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. No, I'm just saying. I'm not tangent time. I'm talking about how our country has evolved and how we now have a government that won't even face up to the truth. We got to call these guys out, and the Clintons and the Trumps, and we've got to get the Zionists out of our nation's government. And if you people don't realize that by now, you're really out to lunch. Why don't we just consider the source here? Anybody want more cowbell?
Well, we could easily win a trade war with China, no problem. I would gladly show my 10 years of tax returns. Oh, gladly.
What a joke. The guy lied through his mouth, and you Republicans sit there and support this guy. It's sickening to think that you still support Donald Trump. I've had people tell me that they call their family members in the Midwest, and they start talking about Trump this, Trump that, and the family member starts crying. Don't talk about Mr. Trump that way. He's helping our country. He's stopping the deep state. Oh, man. The Democrats, their brain-dead mentality has left us with the Republicans and their brain-dead mentality. And we're left with these two parties that don't know a damn thing about anything. All they want to do is pad their own pockets. Not to mention Heba, a.k.a. Ocasio-Cortez. Yeah, Hillary Clinton put a woman in charge of her end of things because she knows that, you know, her Parkinson's kicking in. But when you look at this picture, you can't tell me that Eva Abadan is not Ocasio-Cortez. Come on. Seriously, look at these two faces. They're identical. With a little bit of a light makeup, you've got Eva Abadan looks identical to Ocasio-Cortez. So the likelihood that she is Ocasio-Cortez is very strong. Now, Eva Abadan is the sister of Uma Abadan, the lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton, who's also married to Anthony Weiner, the source of the 600,000 emails that the NYPD is suppressing and killing officers who are talking about it. So the story kind of migrates through this possibility that Eva was put in play. The interesting side note is that Eva Abadan stopped tweeting completely in 2015. We haven't heard a single tweet from her. The same time that Ocasio-Cortez took office in New York, in Brooklyn. Or what is she, the Bronx or something? I think she's the Bronx. Yeah, good point. Thank you, Max. Speaking of this ghost mode on, what's that? Johnny who? Johnny Sacco? Chuckles, you're in for Johnny Sacco now. Everybody who tried to come in here and came in here and made statements that got him banned, they're perma-banned, man. I've told you that. Forget that Johnny Sacco name. It's now Chuckles the Clown, okay? Yeah, what is ghost mode? I'd like to know.
Well, ghost mode is when I'm with my daughter and no one can see me. "Ugh."
I don't have a daughter, by the way. Well, I'm glad I haven't bored you. I mean, I brought the fake Mars landings on Greenland. No wonder Donald Trump wants Greenland. They want to do more fake Mars shoots. A lot of the news is kind of dying off. I mean, it's nice to know that, you know, as the world dies off, there'll be less and less news to talk about. Eventually, we'll just be, you know, in a kind of a set tone. The whole show will be just one massive set tone. Yeah, you'll all be kind of like looking at it going, what do we talk about? I mean, we don't talk about the directed energy weapons that have been plaguing the Earth anymore. We could easily talk about that. Case in point, these directed energy weapons were seen during the attack on the California coastline when Paradise, California burned down. And there's a strong belief that Paradise, California was torched by our own military weaponry. Why would they torch Paradise, California, you might ask? Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because they have the largest gas reserves in the entire world? You think? California fracking has been a big thing, and California fracking will go on in the very same region that Paradise burned down. So isn't that interesting? And ironically, PG&E is owned by the Rothschilds, and they also are invested in the gas fracking in that region too. So if they had people in the houses in Paradise and they wanted to get rid of them, eminent domain is one way. They offer them cash, and some people say, no, we don't want to sell. We like our home. It's a nice RV we have, and and we're not going to sell. We have a swimming pool. Okay, well, let's just burn them out. That's what these people are doing, clearly, and I'm not sure the Rothschilds are behind it. I'm just, you know, hypothesizing. Important video. Scientists confirm July set global. You know, you people are also worried about the global climate effects when you won't even deal with the simple fact that chemtrails are causing these things. We could easily mobilize politically to stop the destruction of the planet, but oh no, we don't know, oh no, we're just going to blame it on our flatulence. Scientists confirm July will set the new global heat record. Now, you people who support Trump and, oh, there's no global climate change whatsoever, it's an amazing, we have a great atmosphere, amazing climate, everything's wonderful. Of course, you go golfing all the time and we have to pay your Secret Service to stay in your hotel.
This century, 415th consecutive month. That's more than 34 years of above average temperatures. And the reason this year, yeah, greenhouse gases, that's possible. And also a weak El Nino.
Oh, bullshit. They're spraying us every day like a bunch of lizards and rats, and they're saying, oh no, it's global climate change caused by greenhouse gases and a late El Nino. Oh, and we're supposed to believe that. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm sure it is the worst on record. I was in DC in the dead of the month in July at 103 degrees. Sarah and I were in DC, and it was horrible. We got out of there ASAP, but I can tell you, we slipped into a hotel in Charlottesville and spent 6 days refrigerating in our room and visiting friends. Dave, you were being censored so bad. First of all, you didn't show up in the lineup. Then it took me a half hour just to get in. You tell me about it, Hugo. Yeah, what do you think? Mark makes all his money censoring me. No, we stayed in a really nice hotel. Well, it wasn't that great of a hotel. It was okay. I'm writing a letter to their owner. Where do I start? We walk into the room, and I look up on the ceiling. I'm seeing like hanging dust balls. It's like, oh, nice. Hanging dust balls. We open a drawer, and there's like cat food from somebody. It's like, oh yeah, I definitely wanted some cat food there. And then we look on the lampshade, and it's got like hair ties on it. It's from somebody who left. It's like Gross. So we called up and they said, oh, we'll send a person right down to take care of it. Yeah, I want you to vacuum the hairballs off of my roof. Sure. I don't think so. Not while I'm doing a show. But it was weird. The weirdest part about that hotel, and I won't give you the name, but the weirdest part about that hotel was the staff. They had one of the best breakfast buffets ever. But they didn't have any cream cheese. And I just said, hey, why don't you have cream cheese? Because we don't have bagels. Well, there you have wheat toast. Why don't you have cream cheese? What are you, cheap? I didn't say that, but yeah. So that was started me off on a bad foot with these people. I didn't say if they were cheap or anything. And then they started looking at us every single day we were in the breakfast bar. I mean, like standing over you and hovering. And one guy looked like Shrek. I'm not kidding. He looked exactly like Shrek. And he'd like hover over you going, and you're eating your breakfast. It's like, what the hell, man? So I'm writing a letter to the owners of that hotel that I stayed at. I'm just gonna lay on the line, man. I've never been more intimidated by a breakfast crew of 3 people, mind you, standing over people while they're eating. I was on a diet. Yes, I was on a seafood diet. A seafood, and then I eat it. We had lobster. We had all kinds of good stuff. And the best part about the trip is I lost weight worrying. Worrying can make you lose at least 200 or 300 calories a day. You see the food and then you eat it, yeah. So I got this tie at the James Madison Museum. I told you about that. It has all the presidents on there, every one of them. Pretty cool, huh? I'm down. I mean, I'm not going to fit in my 38s, but I'm definitely down. And I'm staying down by eating more and more healthy food. Thank you. So there's been a big, huge blast. The news is that our airports are pretty much having problems. U.S. Customs and Border Protection systems have caused 3 major networks to go down. Airports nationwide have been affected. Passengers from L.A., New York, and Washington international airports have been dealing with big technical issues. They have crippled systems have been coming back online, but it's taking a while. There's no indication the disruption was malicious in nature. So we have to assume it's the incompetence of our own Customs and Border Patrol. And this is coming from RT, so you can pretty much dispense with the story as Russian fake news. So everything Trump says now regarding Russia is fake news as well. I don't have acid reflux. And believe me, I would never switch off of coffee. What would you go on to? Tea? That has caffeine in it. That's acidic in nature. My grandfather harvested the coffee beans you know as the rich Colombian coffee, the Juan Valdez grows, that makes beautiful Folgers and Maxwell House and all that. My grandfather was a plantation manager during the 1820s and the origin of the coffee industry in this country. And he literally loved coffee, and I do too. Genetically speaking, it's a big thing in my life. Dave, do you still have athlete's foot? No, I don't. What makes you think I have athlete's foot? I never said I had athlete's foot. Where are you getting this garbage, Ann? Well, my grandfather was so popular in Colombia that they named a bean after him, believe it or not. The peaberry. Peaberry coffee in Colombia is very, 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 very good. Colombian bean is mellow, roasted perfectly with very minimal acids. Oh, you can buy the print of Clinton in the blue dress by the artist. They're selling it. Yeah, apparently this is a popular print. It's not just Jeffrey Epstein has it, but apparently some of the finest homes in the world is now grabbing the amazing Bill Clinton. This offer is going, gone. You too can have a picture of Bill in a dress just like your idol Jeffrey Epstein, who's probably still alive molesting little girls. No, I'm not allergic to anything. Why would you think? Strawberries are covered with Roundup. I wouldn't eat a strawberry if you paid me. Unless it's organically grown in my backyard, I wouldn't trust it. Same with strawberry juice. It's like Roundup Central, man. No matter whether you're drinking or eating organic food and wine, I guess you don't eat wine, you drink it. Unless you're drinking organic wine or eating organic food, even then you're drinking Roundup. There's all kinds of trace levels of Roundup in almost every organic wine now. You know, they're trying to break into the Mormon industry, the coffee industry. And CTV, bless them, have said that Java is still a no-no for Mormons despite the fancy coffee names. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has issued a warning to members that coffee is prohibited no matter how fancy the name, that vaping is banned despite the alluring flavors, and that marijuana is outlawed unless prescribed by competent doctors. I don't know about you, but I'm not a Mormon, so I'm going to pass on the entire story, and that's another reason not to bring religion into this show. I'm not denying you your religious freedom. I'm not part of it. Look what Trump's sister did for a living. No wonder he knows the ins and outs to keep him from getting into trouble. Yeah, I mean, talk about a family of devious manipulators. Meet Donald Trump's oldest of the sibling, the oldest of whom just retired as a federal judge. See how they control the world? Yep, they get them in places of power. Fred and Mary Ann Trump had 5 children. It's the story of Fred and Mary, who had 5 beautiful children of their own. President Donald Trump is the second youngest. His older sister Mary Ann just retired as a federal judge. Hey, did you know that Donald Trump actually... This is really interesting. Donald Trump actually didn't go to the Vietnam War, as you know. And he actually got off on foot bone spurs. He got a podiatrist to sign 5 separate slips to avoid going to the draft. While your great grandfather or uncle or whatever died in Vietnam, Trump got off with 5 draft dodging attempts. And I say draft dodging because there's no evidence Donald Trump ever had foot surgery. There's no scars for bone spur removal on his legs. He never had his bone spurs removed. Technically, he wouldn't be able to walk right now if he really had bone spurs back when he was a young man. It turns out that the daughters of the doctor that wrote the prescription have openly said that their dad never paid rent to Fred Trump, that he had a free lease at his podiatry building in New York. And whenever Trump needed a prescription, the podiatrist would write it, especially a note for his son so he didn't have to go off and die in the war. Bone spurs. No, they're not the kind of thing you put on shoes. They're things that develop in the base of your foot that are very painful. And people that get them can't be in the war. So they frequently use bone spurs as a reason to get out of serving in the U.S. military. That's a sick thing to say, psychobehavior. I'm going to remove you from the show as a mute attempt. All right. Yeah, you're going to be punished for any type of behavior like that with a mute. That's a 5-minute out. Have I gone to war? I was willing to go to war. You can go to America's Third Party and you'll see the old site if you go there. You go down to the old site button right over here. Click that. And then go to Bio, About David. And you will see my birth certificate proving I'm a U.S. citizen, unlike Barack Obama, who lied. And you'll go down and read my selective service documents for David John Sponheim in 1983. I filed them, and unlike Barack Obama, mine are real. So, yeah, I was willing to go fight in wars if I had to. I complied with the law.
You're not going to believe this, but Alex Jones is streaming with T. Recker.
Yeah, well, what's going on is Ghost is making $2,000 a day broadcasting, and even that doesn't keep the guy going. He can't do a daily show like I do. He makes $2,000 a day. I make nothing, and I haven't made a penny in 11 years. They're trying to draw viewers from me because now they're looking to get anybody they can to pull people out of my show. Now, in order to deal with that, I will impersonate Alex Jones and pretend like I'm talking to him right now. So, Alex, what do you think about the Zionist elites?
Well, that's the problem. You're trying to peg me as a Zionist sympathizer, and that's just not okay.
Well, it seems like you're constantly catering to the Zionist handlers that give you money.
Now, there's no evidence that my income has anything to do with my connections to the Ashkenazis.
Well, why is it your site, InfoWars, and Prison Planet were originally domain names acquired by Lockheed Martin, Skunkworks Productions, the military-industrial complex run by the elite Zionists?
You're not going to believe this, but that was scrubbed from the record. And there's no evidence.
But we have evidence. Archive.org has evidence. Domain, the ICANN search pulls that up.
You're not going to believe this, but a vitamin pack a day will keep all kinds of bad things from happening.
What do you got, Pootie?
Pootie Tang was born in a small town outside Fullerton town.
I don't believe it's appropriate to talk about Pootie that way. Y'all messing with my mind, saying weird stuff about people. I want you to know that if this goal of attaining all this gas in California was acquired by burning people to death in their homes with these beams that were photographed outside their house, and you don't really care, you're probably one of those people that think that nobody's going to burn you up in your house. Well, if they burn people up in paradise, you're next, buddy. I don't consider that paradise when people get burned out of their houses. And I have agreement there on almost every level, right? I agree with you 100%, Dave. Yeah, I totally do. Okay, let's get a new background. We're done with the directed energy weapons. We're still dealing with a big-time cover-up, though, that's for sure. Big time. Okay. Yeah, really. No, I was only using that because the UHF feed had a large dildo over my face. And I had to use double Dave, I call it, in order to deal with the attack on our show. The UHF attack is brutal. We just lost half of our Asian audience when the penis appeared on the screen. Yeah. Aquamex came out and said that our viewership is declining UHF over Europe and Asia. I can't control it. It's out of my control. So the big news is Peter Fonda is dead at 79. Oh well. That sucks. All right, I got a few things I want to talk about on my list of things to talk about. Okay, this past week we saw the El Paso shooting, I guess. It was and then O'Rourke, Beto O'Rourke,
incredibly
laughing.
saddened, and it is very hard to think about this. I want to thank the El Paso Police Department and the first responders. They're there right now and we're going back to be with them. I'm incredibly saddened, and it is very hard to think about this.
It's very hard to think about. He doesn't seem like he's having a hard time thinking about it. He's laughing.
It is very hard to think about this.
It is very hard to think about this. It is very hard to think about this.
It is very hard to think about this.
Okay, and then what do we have here? Cindy Lopez. Yes. These were the Wranglers we talked about that Epstein had. These girls are still in play. Where they are, we don't know, but we are concerned about their who or where they are, and were they involved in some sort of a deal where, you know, they got money to lure women in, kids in. That's a big question. There is evidence that Ghislaine Maxwell was seen in Los Angeles, and I believe we have a photograph up here. Let's take a look here. Okay, she was spotted at an In-N-Out Burger in Los Angeles. Here we go. Ghislaine Maxwell is also a woman of interest. But again, these people are so rich and powerful, it's highly unlikely William Barr will ever look into this. Now, William Barr could have issued a grand jury investigation 3 days ago, but instead is acting like he's really concerned, but isn't doing a damn thing. Now, what's really weird about Jeffrey Epstein's pal, Ghislaine Maxwell, is she was seen in Los Angeles at an In-N-Out Burger in her first photos since Jeffrey Epstein's death, but she's seen reading a book. Now, what's strange is she's holding up a book that is actually the Book of Honor, The Secret Lives and Deaths of CIA Operatives. It's almost like the reading of that book is in and of itself, with this photo op that she took, a threat to our law enforcement agencies. That life and death situation, if they turn on their handlers and try to tell the truth about Jeffrey Epstein and how he was used by our various law enforcement agencies as an intelligence gatherer, then she knows that she's protected. So she's making a statement by holding that book in a public place and reading it, and seen by cameras openly, brazenly. She's making a statement essentially to all the CIA operatives that are informed about this, that they could be next. Secret Lives and Deaths of CIA Operatives. Very strange book to be holding. Now, these women that worked with Jeffrey Epstein may or may not be held accountable, because right now there's no grand jury investigation, and the recent ruling by the coroner is absurd. The coroner said that Epstein died by suicide, but we clearly see bruising on his face, which implies struggle. And we clearly know, and they even said he had a broken neck, which implies there's no way he committed suicide. He couldn't have hung himself on a door handle and broken his own neck. It's impossible. So the ruling is corrupt. There's a massive cover-up. That coroner will be charged with a felony if I were president. And nobody would get away with this kind of cover-up at this level. And apparently Jeffrey Epstein's alive and well and running off in some other direction with little girls. Here's what Chester Bennington's sister said. And you know, the Chester Bennington we know was suicided. And now his sister is speaking out. Let's take a look at this. I believe Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell were working together to expose this pedophile ring. But this is what she wrote. Is it a coincidence that all these people died by hanging themselves? I'm beginning to wonder just how deep this Epstein debacle goes. How many more will die by suicide before the authorities take this seriously? And she wrote hashtag Bill Clinton body count. Thank you, Toby Bennington. Thank you so much. God love you. And your brother is not forgotten. Toby, thank you. And the work that you guys are doing to even keep this message alive, it really draws a tear to my eye. That you're still persevering to try to find the truth about your brother's death, which clearly shows that Chester Bennington was seen at his PV, Palos Verdes estate. He's seen having a good time the day he allegedly hung himself, which is absurd. Here he was, laughing with his family of 7 in a new Palos Verdes home in California the day he died. I don't...
Canned dog food. Let's hope for the best, Worlds. I just drank myself and I'm gonna die.
Lincoln Park frontman Chester Bennington appeared to be in good spirits just 36 hours before his death. Talita Bennington shared the final video clip recorded of her husband, which shows him laughing with his kids while trying to guess jelly bean flavors.
I either got rotten egg or something else.
3, 2, 1, go.
She wrote, "My next tweet is the most personal tweet I have ever done. I am showing..."
All right, well, I don't believe that story at all. I don't think he was that depressed. Same with Chris Cornell. No, I don't think he was that depressed. Not with that type of a life. No way. Sorry. Chris Cornell, let me tell you a little bit about his suiciding. Yeah, they found the workout cord that he was found around his neck drew blood. Number 1, around his neck. That's extremely weird. Thank you. Number 2, he was found with a large contusion in his eye, which implies he struggled for at least 9 minutes prior to death. That's another side note. Third, he was found with 9 broken ribs. Could you just bag it for a while? Thanks. He was found with 9 broken ribs when nobody has 9 broken ribs, even if they're resuscitated. At most, it'll be 2 or 3 if they have to hit their chest to get them to come back to life. But 9, that implies struggle. And third or fourth, he had a missing patch of hair in his head, which implies he was fighting with somebody. Yeah. So you got to understand that all these cases have so much ancillary evidence that it would open up any type of investigation. If I were a criminal detective, I would be doing everything I could to pry deeper into the bodyguard, the former boyfriend of Heidi Klum. This guy, he looks like he could have easily strong-armed Chris Cornell. He easily could have strong-armed Chris Cornell. It had more strength in him. And he's the guy who found Chris Cornell dead, which is very, very suspicious. The first person I'd look at would be him. Former boyfriend of Heidi Klum, the famous fashion model. But there's a lot of stories like this that are just filled with all kinds of hypothetically weird things that just happen, don't add up to suicide at all. Deborah Palfrey, remember her, the madam in D.C. that claimed she had all kinds of evidence on 9/11 and everybody involved, and it was an inside job? She actually said on Alex Jones that she would never commit suicide. And Alex Jones said, "So you wouldn't hang yourself?" And she said, "Oh no, I would never hang myself." The next day, she was found hanging from her shed outside her house, her mom's house. Deborah Palfrey was hanging from her shed. They kill people that were going to tell the truth about this inside cover-up that's going on, the corruption at the highest level. Avicii, too. Yep. Natasha Shate and Isaac Cappy and, yeah, Corey Feldman. All these people were in the know. Avicii, they say, did a very good, incredible, amazing music video describing how we should take action against child pedophiles right before he died. As his last work was a very big expose video about stopping pedophilia. And then he's dead. You know what's really weird about the Avicii story, Ms. Antopy? He actually left a suicide note, and the family never read it to anyone. That's suspicious. Very suspicious. Oh, I tracked all of these cases like a hawk. I'm on it. I do deep research every time we hear about these suicidings. I look up all the weird angles, and I know all of them. I'm pretty well versed on all these cases because it's kind of It's kind of an odd thing to see all these people being killed and no one really is investigating this. I'm convinced the FBI is corrupt at this level, that they're turning a blind eye to these people being executed and offed. They aren't even looking into any of these things. Yeah, there's well over 85 natural doctors who are anti-vax doctors and pro-alternative cancer therapy doctors. 85 of them have mysterious deaths in the past 5 years. No, I don't do a 900 number. They cost money. I'm not going to... Howie, what are you asking me questions about that for? Okay, we do have how a teen runaway, Virginia Roberts, became trapped in this world of Jeffrey Epstein's. I have that video in the lineup. Thank you for sending it in. Yeah, we had that earlier, Hugo Wego. No, they weren't practicing their own medicine. They were using alternative methods that have been ruled by our government to be inappropriate, only because they're working. You know that the Laetrile studies that were done back in the 1970s on the benefit of Laetrile actually showed promise in cancer therapy, and the government shut them down? Yes, Misanthropy brought up the next point. Sacha Baron Cohen had found evidence of a concierge at a hotel trying to secure him a child prostitute. He turned that evidence over to the FBI, and they never bothered to work on it. They ignored his video evidence that he found. So with the FBI ignoring all these cases, we have to assume they're completely corrupt. I'm working on a piece I'm going to be uploading to 153news.net, drawing a scenario about James Comey. James Comey. James Comey has a history that is very odd and disturbing that hasn't even been discussed. And I really can't give you any more details about it, but I can assure you, James Comey appears to be the one that rigged the election for Donald Trump. He was called out as the guy who wasn't trustworthy, wasn't loyal to Trump. But in reality, James Comey actually rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump, and the Russians may have been involved. And I'll be talking about that connection in this video I'm working on for 153news.net. There's some deeper stories about James Comey that are very suspicious. I don't think he's the nice, tall guy that people think he is. I think he's telling a very, very different story to the public than what's really happening. I think he's a deep state player at the highest level. I believe that James Comey should be charged with a crime. But I'm not seeing any migration toward that by Donald Trump at all. And it's pretty obvious that William Barr is just a guy who's kind of like a buffer. He's just wasting time right now. He could easily put together a criminal inquiry, a grand jury investigation into the death of Jeffrey Epstein, but he hasn't. So what's wrong with William Barr? He can't even do his job. He acts like he cares, but believe me, that's just a buffer. Hey, 40% of the U.S. honeybee population disappeared last year in America. That's something to take note. 40% of U.S. honeybee colonies disappeared last year. This is what the world would look like without any bees at all. We have a risk of losing all the insects in 100 years. Both domestic and honeybees have declined significantly. The U.S. only has 2.5 million honeybee colonies, less than half the bee settlements it boasted in the 1940s. And a lot of bee pollinators are making money not only on honey, but also pollination of plants. Farmers will hire them just to pollinate the large groups of areas, and they lose those bees when they try to do that because the bees run into the Roundup, and the Roundup takes them out. Yeah, well, we're not even getting real honey as it is. You heard about the controversy that honey from China was completely just sugar water. You heard about that, right? Oh, yeah. In fact, they can sell things in China that say organic on them. And to them, the word organic means nothing. And you can buy something at Whole Foods that says organic on it from China, and it means nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing organic about it. Unless it's certified organic based on 4 or 5 certification processes in the U.S. One of those, at least. It's not organic. It may say the word organic, but it's not. Ozark says, sorry for not being here. I had to pay Mark $20,000 to unban me. Now we are up and running the UHF signal again. Wow. So Mark is asking for money back from the money he gave you to do things against me at one point, and now you're paying him back? Were you ever on Mark's payroll? Because I understand there are a lot of people who have collected tons of money from Mark. He's doling out money to people to threaten me and dox me daily. Hey, Zetter took his shirt off, huh? Hey, Zetterbeard, man. Hey, I didn't even notice you were over there. Hang on. Check it out. Zetterbeard's chilling in his house, watching the show, man. How you doing? Hey. How about that? Crossing the continent. Oh yeah, I don't know, man. You got the sexy Zetterbeard thing going down. It's obviously Friday night. He's looking for a date right now, probably on one of those hookup sites. He banned you because we were promoting you over UHF? Oh, really? So you actually had to pay out of pocket your money to get me to out there on UHF. Wow. Folks, you just saw Ozarks talk about what's happening. He's been bumping our signal on UHF where he is. And now Mark kept him down, and he had to be, just to get into our show to talk, he had to pay him 20 grand just to come in here. And here's Bob. Bob, the guy who trained his 2 German Shepherds to kill pit bulls. Yeah, big pro-gun guy. And we're pro-gun here too. I'm not pro-killing pit bulls, but that's your choice. I mean, you and your dogs obviously, go out of your way to get rid of vicious pit bulls. Amazing. It is Live One. We are live. Coverage is going on right now. The death of Peter Fonda is being remembered. Hiring people to spray my house with chemtrails. Well, I'm completely I'm impervious to sprays. I live in an area that's a military top secret zone. You couldn't even get in anywhere near here. Yeah, you could get close to my house. This entire area is under surveillance. I live right near a very important, the eyes and ears of the U.S. military are right near here. Oh, look at this. Hang on. Bob has his 2 German Shepherds that are trained to kill a pit bull outside of his window. Okay, let's bring you Zetterbeard and Bob. Here they are, training to kill a pit bull in real time. Oh, he went off. Oh, there they are. Check it out. They're training each other. They're fighting each other. They're interacting so that they can attack the pit bull at any time. And he's got these dogs highly trained so that the pit bull doesn't have a chance. One holds the pit bull down and the other one grabs his throat and then chokes him down. And yeah. Well, thanks for the real live demonstration of your dog's skills. Wow. Including dog sounds. You know, Bob, my days in California, Bob, date back to the days when, right where you're living right now. I remember tumbleweeds rolling on the streets out in the California highways. Oh, I don't want to get any women in the show. Now you're pushing some drink you're drinking. It's party time at Bob's. Wow. He's got, whoa, look at that. He's got the food out. Man, it's food galore, man. You're like really having a good time. Wow, and you got your melons. She showed her melons to the entire group tonight on Friday night. Thanks for showing your melons, Bob's girlfriend or wife or whatever. No, I never have had an explosion of flatulence like you just had, Howie. Thanks for sharing, though. Howie's talking about his flatulence. He hasn't seen Larry Sinclair. He's got his withdrawals now. He's missing Larry Sinclair. Let's go to Larry Sinclair right now so Howie can stop flatulating.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
All right. I hope that helps you, Howie. We do know now that Barack Obama is a homosexual, which I wish he had just said that up front. That would have been better. And we know that he's married to a transgender named Michael. I don't think anyone asks questions like that except for you. Slow Mode says, why would you have an 8-ball of cocaine and also smoke crack? Well, let me tell you, a long time ago, people used to rock crack cocaine. You don't remember back in '99 when people used to rock out their crack? You don't know nothing, man. I don't know anything about crack. I can tell you that I've seen somebody do it. That's about it. But they buy cocaine and they rock it out. That's what crack is. That's what I'm talking about, man. What is your problem? And why don't you ask important questions instead of irrelevant questions? Thanks for your service, Bob, in eliminating the entire population of pit bulls in your small community. Yeah, I can't say I endorse this behavior, but it's better than watching a dog and a cat fight. Let's take a look. Wow. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Ruff, 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 ruff. I have seen cats take out dogs' nostrils with those, yeah. When I was a kid, I had a dog that got close to a cat. Yeah. And that dog, the whole nostril got ripped open. We had to put a Band-Aid on it. Yeah, like out with the nostril and bleeding, you know. Hey, Max is coming in. Are you going to be on camera, Max? Oh, I don't even see you, man. I missed Max. I got to get him on camera. Here he is. Oh, we got somebody else in the show. I got to expand out the screen here. Who's this person on the far left with their teddy bear? I don't really see that one. Yeah, I'm not sure who that teddy bear. The person with the plushie fetish. Who's that person? And Max has his spectacles, his John Lennon spectacles on. Yeah, I can't even get that picture over there. I gotta expand out my screen even more. I don't even know who that person is. All right, yeah, right on, man. Peace, love, and understanding. You should hang. Oh, you're going to be going to bed soon, so you'll miss our Woodstock presentation. Yeah, we have a 50th anniversary Woodstock thing going on tonight. Yeah, it'll be cool. And look at you, Zetterbeard's vaping. He's got an e-cigarette there. He's vaping.
And look at you,
Hey, man.
He's got an e-cigarette there. He's vaping.
Cool. I'm glad you guys are enjoying your evening.
Hey, man.
Right on.
Cool. I'm glad you guys are enjoying your evening. Right on.
Oh, I am.
Good. Oh yeah, and then yeah, and Max is spraying his face with fruit spray. I think I've created a trend. People are like spraying their face with fruit spray now for stimulation. Why not? It's a Vapin Plus pen. Have you? There's apparently a couple of these vape pens that are like endless hits. You know, they have some sort of a cartridge where they put liquid THC in it, and it's some sort of an endless hit people take. I don't recommend that stuff. Yeah, I understand some people are becoming overly addicted to psychologically addicted to THC. Weed oil. Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah. Yeah, watch out for blowing up pens, guys, because you know nothing worse than having your face blow off because you want to get a little high. I've seen some pretty bad images of lithium batteries blowing up. You got these things all worked out. Tom Thumb is there too. Look at that. Oh, we got a girlfriend in the room. Is that what's happening? Wow. Oh, it's nicotine, but you could switch it to weed. Vaping is still evolving. Yeah, a lot of people are kind of lightening up on their vaping because they realize it's just as bad as cigarette smoking. But when you get sprayed every day like an insect, you really don't see the need to not smoke, you know? It's like, oh, okay, choice between something that gets you high or the THC that is dumping on your head. So a lot of these people are going for vape cartridges that have, oh, well, not a girlfriend. Is that maybe a daughter or something? Maybe it is a girlfriend. I don't know. Okay, as long as everybody's cool, it's all good. It's all so beautiful. You know, a lot of people are wondering what happened to the 60s, and I have them here right now on tap tonight. Look at that. They've been spraying us since 1946. Just look at that. Crazy. Yeah, I have encapsulated the 60s into a nice tight little thing, and we'll be playing a little bit of that tonight in our retro Woodstock 50th in our video segment tonight. No, I'm not a big Conway Twitty fan, Howie. I'm more into new country as opposed to old country. I actually like Taylor Swift now. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that, but Johnny Manziel's comeback now includes peddling car insurance. Yeah, go figure. You know, Joe Louis used to stand out in front of casinos as a greeter when he couldn't make any money and the taxes were taken away from him. Johnny Manziel is ready for his close-up. The former Cleveland Browns quarterback, who hasn't played a snap in the NFL since 2015, is currently starring in an advertisement for Direct Auto Insurance.
This is from Adam Wolf 77. Turns out the huge rainstorm was from God's tears, laughing.
I'm afraid that's all I could play because otherwise they're going to monetize me and the Direct Auto Insurance Company is going to make a little bit of money. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, I'm glad Johnny's, getting a job, keep the guy busy. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I don't know what kind of a habit the guy has. I'm not here to judge him. I am not the judge. I'm merely the jury. Yeah, that was a fun song. I've got the Tommy Seaback band. Yeah, we should do that party time tonight. Don't go to that website at the bottom of the screen, though. I'll play that tonight in our lineup. That website will take you to a porn site. Yeah, don't do it. We do have Hang On Sloopy tonight. Yeah, we'll play a little of her. Her movement is world renowned now. She's now in her 80s, but when she was younger, she had the ultimate dance move. And people have been going all bonkers about Sloopy and her big twist there. I think she's had a resurgence of popularity since the internet was born. She's pretty awesome. Here she is. 8 seconds of her. Yeah, that was her. I don't know, the full-bodied woman moving around. I think it has the Madonna concept and the kind of the sexy, skanky concept all mixed up into one. She was so hot. Yeah, but it's that Madonna thing mixed with the other that kind of gets people going. I know. She's got points all her own sticking way up high. I recall a time in the 80s when a guy walked up to me, and I used to run a retail store. And he walked up to me and he handed me, he showed me some pictures of all these beautiful women. He says, check these women out. These were women I knew in the 60s. It's like, whoa. And they were, you know, fully clothed, of course. And they were beautiful women. I'm talking like idyllic beautiful. And he said to me after I looked through about maybe 15 women, he said, yeah, they're all dead. All heroin overdoses. And that made me think that the 60s were really not what we think they were in the end. They turned out to be everybody's great ideas and great hopes and dreams were degenerated into a drug addiction. And that was by design. Our country actually dealt with a brain control and brainwashing that led to a lot of people turning the 60s from peace and love to get high and overdose. I'm just saying that's what they did. So I'm a little concerned that, you know, this is happening again with the cost of heroin dropping due to the fact that our government protects the heroin growers, and Trump talks about pulling troops out of Afghanistan like I have over the years, but he won't. The State Department's insisting they keep at least 10,000 there. They are protecting the warlords that make money on opium, and the CIA makes about $50 billion a year on the sale of opium. It's used by the medical pharmaceutical industry as well as heroin addicts throughout the world. So our government's been pretty much complicit in the production of drugs, and nobody will talk about it. Now, pot is not a gateway drug. That's ridiculous. Cigarettes are a gateway drug. Cigarettes are nicotine. They are addictive. Pot is not physically addictive. Pot is not a gateway drug. But the reality is we've been slowly turned into a drug culture by design. They wanted us to become a drug culture. That was their primary goal, yeah. Pat Tillman tried to expose it and he died, yeah. The troops are protecting the poppy. Geraldo Rivera did a story about in early 2000, Geraldo Rivera did a story about Afghanistan poppy growers getting protection from U.S. military. That story was shunned and knocked off the internet. You can drink whatever I don't care if you drink. I honestly am not here to be your advisor or conscience. I don't drink, but if you want to drink, that's your choice. Oh, good night, Max. Thanks for coming in. Max is signing off here. Let me get your last capture here. Hang on. Okay, later. That was it. The Max has gone to bed. That's smart to get some early rest. Geraldo Rivera is still around. He's more known for his selfies because he's taken a couple pictures of himself completely nearly naked. When the Anthony Weiner thing came out, Geraldo Rivera posted a nude selfie of himself. And he said that 70 is the new 50. And this was what he wrote. He took a picture of himself. He said 70 is the new 50. And here he was 70 years old and he's sporting his nearly naked body. And this is a kind of a famous tweet that he put out, which, you know, it's his choice to do. But I don't really know where he was going with that because Anthony Weiner was arrested right after that. So okay, don't go too low. I won't. I'm not interested in Geraldo Rivera. Geraldo, and when he was supposed to find Al Capone's loot, was disappointed. I know. No, I don't know if that's true or not. Oh, baby, baby. You know, the president has turned away from industrial polluters and not penalized them, and he's telling a lot of the people that are doing the new fracking and whatever they're doing in the mines that in Utah that he opened up 95% of our national parks to. We're seeing a much bigger carbon footprint because of Donald Trump's lax policies on air pollution, especially from industrial polluters. So yeah, Trump is adding to the climate change problem big time. But again, Trump won't talk about chemtrails. Nobody in the government will talk about chemtrails. So I mean, when you think about what they're doing on a daily basis, spraying us like insects, we're kind of missing out on an opportunity to actually expose these people. In no way is this wacky to say they're dumping chemicals. We've got proof. They're causing the climate change. So the Democrats' argument that we're all to blame is ridiculous. Pollution can be just as harmful as smoking a pack a day of cigarettes. Exactly. That story is right here. Fox Orlando. Yeah, air pollution can be as harmful as smoking a pack of cigarettes a day, a study finds.
I can't believe it. That car brought his...
That's an advertisement. Air pollution could be causing emphysema even in people who may never have smoked, a study has found. A long-term increase of just 3 parts per billion of ground-level ozone, which is considered by the EPA to be the main ingredient in smog, outside a person's home, opens them up to a level of lung damage that's effectively the same as that which would occur after smoking a pack of cigarettes every day for 29 years. Long-term increase of just 3 parts per billion. All right, thanks for sharing. Good to know. Do. All right, Boogie Shoes thinks that Trump's going to win, even though he's been working for Russia and blackmailed by Russia over the sex tape. So Boogie Shoes just showed everybody that he's a brain-dead Trump-tard. Thanks for coming in, Boogie Shoes. We let Trump-tards come in here. It's okay. You have no idea Trump is working for the New World Order. I mean, he practically is in bed with Henry Kissinger.
And we're right now talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking...
I bet you're talking about Russia. Henry Kissinger is an Ashkenazi too, just like the Russian oligarchs are Ashkenazis. Bless you, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah's usually in the show, but she's decided to just hang out with her family and sneeze. So that's kind of cool, though. I believe you're right. All presidents have been a mess up to this point. I mean, look at Jimmy Carter. Oh, I definitely did lust after Playboy magazine. Well, of course you'd lusted after Playboy magazine. You probably were reading Hustler magazine, too. Oh, I definitely did not read Hustler magazine. I just looked at the Playboy. Or Ronald Reagan, he didn't know a damn thing. He didn't even know what Iran-Contra was. So, Mr. President, are you aware of the Iran-Contra deal? Well, I'm not sure that there was a deal. Don Regan didn't tell me. And what does that have to do with jelly beans? Do you do all presidents? No, I'm not gay. Yes, I did Rutherford Hayes, but nobody knows what he sounds like. No, I can't do a Mike Pence impersonation. It requires me to drop my IQ level by 100 points and begin reading passages out of the Bible about masturbation. I can do James Madison because I actually talked to James Madison recently on my trip to the James Madison home in Albemarle, in Virginia. I got this tie from the guy's home. I mean, literally. See this? Has all the presidents on it. Isn't that cool? It's a museum artifact made of 100% all silk. Hey, take care, Juan. Thanks for coming in. As you know, we've got a big-time cover-up. The recent ruling that Epstein was officially he committed suicide is ridiculous. It's not even Epstein. It's somebody else. I don't think it's made in China. It's made in silk. I don't know where the made in China sign is on that. I don't think it is. It's made in a place called Silk. Breaking news. These are popping up everywhere. Okay, we got things popping up all over the country now. As you know, thank you for that link. Wow. Okay, let's talk about this. These pictures are popping up across the country. This is a Tesla dome tower that was developed about 100 years ago, but now they're building them everywhere. They're seemingly all over the landscape. Yeah, we're not sure what's going on with those, but I can tell you I have a visual of a thing that I've been looking at. I still don't know what it is, but it's a tower that is in every city in America. This right here. Now these are all over the country. You can find this on Google Map if you look at it. It's in Cleveland, and it's like a long distance of them. They have them every 300 feet. You can see them down the road there. But yeah, these towers are indicative of what appears to be some sort of a communication hub. It has got an antenna on top of it, so it has some sort of communication ability. But I wonder if any of this is related. But these are all over the most concentrated areas of traffic in every city in America right now, and no one knows what they are, and no one's seen a picture of these on the internet. But I saw them across the country the past month, and I can tell you they are everywhere. And there's like a chain of about 5 miles of these things. Now we're looking at these things popping up, and the government's not telling us it's a damn thing. Now these types of devices could be used to microwave an entire population. I mean, fry us like an egg in a microwave and boom. Yeah. These are the same type of technology, resonant energy and harmonic energy weapons that were developed. They call them scalar weapons now, but that could very well be what they are. I don't know if they're weaponized. I can't tell you. I have a lot to say about it. So we have images of other things popping up around the country too. These Tesla-like towers that the government's not talking about. Sarah's coming in for a little bit. Give me a little break so I can grab some snack food and get ready for my final hour. The hour of power. So look at that. What the heck is that, Sarah?
A Tesla coil?
It looks like a Tesla coil, yeah.
Well, it does look like one, except the Tesla coils aren't dome-shaped on top, necessarily.
Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert on Tesla coils, but that sounds like you are.
I have seen one or two in my time in person.
Okay, well, there you have that. Thanks for that link. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and clear the slate here. And since I'm the one talking about cover-ups, I'll pull that off because I don't think you care much one way or another.
I don't wear makeup.
That's fine. Cover-up by Maybelline is a big-time cover-up. It could be like a stainless steel mushroom. Exactly. Okay, Hitchcock-like scene as vomiting vultures swarm a New York couple's $700,000 vacation home. Vomiting vultures. Sarah and I saw a picture of about 15 vultures eating a roadkill when we took our trip to James Madison's house in Albemarle. Hitchcock-like scene as vomiting vultures. They're standing by a pool vomiting. Nice. How'd you like to have that in your backyard at your $700,000 house? Vultures overrun the patio and pool in this big development. Well, I never thought vultures were this common in Virginia, but we drove through Virginia and we couldn't believe how many vultures there were. I was shocked to see 15 of them on the highway, dining on some roadkill. Okay, I'll be out. Be back shortly. Thank you. Take that.
No, yes, here you go.
Thank you.
Exactly. Awesome. There we are. Well, they weren't turkey vultures that we saw. They were like black. They were all black. It was kind of weird. Thanks, Juan. Oh, I guess I came in kind of late, guys. Sorry. I got hooked on... I'm watching the IT Crowd with my family. They watched it before, but they're rewatching it with me. Yeah, thank you, Juan. Have a good night yourself. Sleep well. That's pretty funny, I have, but not true, but funny. Anyway, yeah, I'm really glad I came home before getting too bit by mosquitoes, especially with, you know, I had heard that ticks had Lyme disease out on the East Coast, and you know, mosquitoes definitely carry all kinds of weird diseases, and I had so many mosquito bites this year. But I just read a news article about mosquitoes in Massachusetts having a disease called triple E, which is equine encephalitis. I don't know, equine something, encephalitis. And I'm just glad I did not have that. Who do I think was the hottest president? I'm looking at, let me look at their pictures. I have a poster board of all the United States presidents. Oh. Andrew Jackson. James Polk looks pretty good. Franklin Pierce. James Buchanan, I can tell though why he was, you know, I can tell why he was a bachelor, though. I think he liked it. Never mind. Andrew Jackson and Andrew Johnson? No? Well, maybe. William McKinley? Woodrow Wilson. I like Woodrow Wilson's look, but I don't like Woodrow Wilson. Just did not do really good things with our country. Oh, of course. John F. Kennedy. He was a good-looking president. Ronald Reagan, you know, he was an actor. And Jimmy Carter. Physically, who's the ugliest president? I really don't like Trump. Yeah. I don't like facial hair, so sorry, Benjamin Harrison. Actually, it's pretty easy. Nixon. Yeah. Eh. Yeah, Nixon, I don't like that. Well, he would rank as the hottest president if David were elected. True. You're right about Washington. That's a good point. Slow modes. Oh, Johnson, true. Yeah, he's not very good either. True. Ah. Oh. Well, he could be, but it would take a lot of campaigning, and it would require that he wasn't censored. Yeah, true, misanthropy. I don't think I can trace my family roots that far, so what does that say about me? Plus, I'm a woman, but I know there's a lot of women running right now, which is good. Okay. Try to stay awake and focus. Focus on the country, on the future. No. I don't think I would. I'm gonna have to look at more of their, the debates and all of that. Yeah, David has me. That's 1 vote. And himself, that's 2 votes. Saw a big bulletin board for Tulsi and Iowa. And I could have gone back, taken David back to the Iowa State Fair. That would have been more money, and do I really, yeah, anyway. That just happened I guess it was last weekend. I thought about doing that, but I just, which may have been a good boost to the campaign, but anyway. Yeah, I did spend a lot of money. Maybe I'll, I do feel like I'm making different choices with my life moving forward. We're just going to kind of settle down and just focus on campaigning, I guess. That's about it. Customs computers were shut down. Airports were snarled across the USA. Think they were hacked? They could have been. Yeah, 15 states and DC have signed onto the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Helps independent candidates if they can get the votes in those states. That's true, but it's huge population. It kind of makes them, would have the candidates only campaigning in the most populous states and not understanding the needs of the least populated states. If you win the popular vote in the state, you get the electoral votes. Yep, of the people that vote. A lot of people don't even vote. Twitter suspended Anthony Scaramucci for calling Trump the baddest president since William Howard Taft. After Trump mocked an overweight man during a rally who he thought was a protester. But the man ended up being a supporter. Crazy. I don't know. David has the ability to get donations on Vaughn Live, and you can use PayPal to donate to David. americasthirdparty@gmail.com is our PayPal account. So you're more than welcome to donate. You didn't vote, so you think it's not your fault. Maybe it is your fault because you didn't vote. That's interesting, slow modes. Okay. Can we change the show to all trivia? I suppose we could do that. I was doing better when I was doing trivia. Workers are fleeing a Georgia poultry plant amid ICE rumors. As you know, ICE raided a poultry plant in Mississippi on the first day of school. So all the kids that were in school they thought their parents were going to pick them up after school, and their parents weren't there. Well, I think it's unlikely to be exploited because it's really it would require a constitutional amendment. Slow mode's whole issue of electoral votes is in the Constitution. Wait, let me see what you said. "15 states that National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. If you win the popular vote in the state, you get all of the electoral votes." I see. For that state. I'm sure other states have that too. So 15 states plus CC. I thought that's how most states work. Almost all states worked. Like if you win the popular vote in that state, you get the electoral votes for that state. The electors for that state. Oh. Oh. True. Okay, so you're saying that electoral votes are under no law to vote a particular way. Under these state agreements, they are required to vote for who wins the popular vote. That's true. That's interesting, yeah. I would do that, but I don't think he wants to campaign that way. I could do that and stream it live, but I don't think David wants to do that. If he did, he'd be talking about censorship, I guess. I know. We could have done it while on vacation. True. Study finds an amateur investors are better off at picking stocks at random. I guess I've got to change my password. Google is warning that billions of passwords have been hacked. Yeah, I just so don't want to go on another road trip next year. Scientists are developing a vaccine for cat allergies. Oh. ABC's Kimmel has been fined $395,000 by the FCC for emergency alert misuse. And the majority of porn websites track user data without telling you, the user. I think Ubuntu is Anthropy. That's what he said lately. But then he has another computer that uses Windows. You have a cat and you're allergic. Would you take a vaccine? David would dissuade people from using vaccines. I've heard mint is supposed to be good. Which one do you use? Wow, David didn't think people could hide 3 gaps. Okay, I'll have to look into that. A man who was dead for 20 minutes after being electrocuted shares his survival story. He was without a pulse for 20 minutes after being electrocuted.
There are still.
Oh, I don't want that. He was holding a ladder on a job site 3 months ago in Michigan. Full brain function. He survived. Oh, right away he was so right away he went down at a nurse's home and she started CPR right away, and his heart was pumped by the CPR, so circulation was still going throughout his body, through his brain, and without that you have no oxygen to your tissues. He would have never been who he is today. So she started CPR like almost immediately. Nice, okay. Was rushed to the hospital. He had no vital signs. They estimated he was without a pulse for about 20 minutes. They were unable to revive him. Then they shocked him with a defibrillator, and they got a pulse. Wow. Okay, that was an interesting story. Okay. Kind of crazy to be dead for 20 minutes and survive. All right. I'll look into that. It's a Linux one. Airblader. The i3 gaps. A fork of i3WM tiling window manager with more features, including gaps. Cool. I feel like computer technology has just come such a long way. It's good. But I'm wondering, and maybe it's because I feel like I'm getting older, am I too old to learn it? Possibly. It was completely written from scratch. The target platforms are GNU, Linux, free open source software. It's targeted at advanced users and developers. I'm not an advanced user or developer yet. I should probably like use one of my old computers or use an old computer and just go to Linux on an old computer. That's probably what I should do. Is creating your own chat server easy to do? I don't think so.
Okay, we're all done.
Okay, David's back.
My chores are over.
He has lots to talk to you about.
I do.
I don't.
Oh,
so.
well, that's because I just track the news, and that's what this story is. It's a constant, ongoing display of the truth versus falsehoods in the news.
You'd have to create your own operating system, slow modes. David has a lot to talk to me about, like Mr. Rogers. I know, right?
Have you considered
You'll have things you'll want to
Vivaldi?
talk about. I will too. Vivaldi?
Mm-hmm. Vivaldi's totally controllable browser. You're talking about an operating system. We'll start with Vivaldi.
Well, browsers and operating systems are two different things.
Oh, I know, but I just thought start with Vivaldi and make it do everything you need to do, and then go from there. Operating systems are different.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Yes. Okay, there you go. Start with Vivaldi.
Tom Thumb. Why are we allowing Tom Thumb in the room?
Who cares? Because he's the only one that's talking. So I'm not
Okay.
picking anybody else out because nobody's talking to me because
You're a quiet person.
I'm a quiet person. Boring.
Not really boring, just quiet. You're very cerebral. And you're very spatial. It's a very spatial day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighbor's hood. Won't you be mine, hood? Come to my hood. I saw, when Mr. Rogers flips people off, he was doing a little thing with kids, and it was just, I never understood why he was flipping people off, and he was just showing kids like a little game with his fingers. All right. Well, all these topics: air pollution causing as much damage as a pack of cigarettes a day for 29 years. Wow, might as well vape. Anthony Weiner's nose, Anthony Weiner. Jeffrey Epstein's face just doesn't add up. Yeah, we're looking at his face, and we see these two noses. They just don't match, and the ears don't match either. So yeah, we've had big problems with that this week. That's been the major topic, I think, that everyone talked about. You know, you can't say a guy's dead, and plus they found out that the guy's nose, you can see he's got, right here, it's got a big bruise here, which means there was a struggle. A struggle. I was quite shocked to find out that Mr. Rogers was an abused child. And there's one picture in his biography video that shows him, and I've seen nothing on the internet. They must have pulled this out of the archives, but Mr. Rogers was a fat little pudgy boy when he was a kid. So this is definitely the Epstein compared to. He didn't die, yeah. Jeffrey Epstein's not dead, man. He's as good as alive. I mean, he could have changed his face. Nah, it doesn't happen that fast. Rigor happens over a 13-hour period. And that's just the early signs of rigor. Are you do you work in the coroner's office at all, Slow Modes? Because you seem to know everything about everything. Rigor mortis, yeah. I mean, if you knew something more than everyone else and you were holding back, that would be a better thing. But what you do is pretend like you know everything. That's the problem. And you're always playing the devil's advocate. You might as well worship Satan. Yeah, because you're not taking the righteous path. You're taking the least traveled, actually the most traveled status quo path, not the righteous path. You will not be gaining entrance to heaven. God will say to you, you didn't ask the big questions. You're out. That's right. If you believe that. What do you mean, how I don't know this? Let's take a look at some death masks, okay? I know this is my favorite thing to do. Not. Yeah, I mean, better yet, let's not take a look at death masks. It's post-mortem pics. Post-mortem pics. Post-mortem. Don't have anything there either. I mean, here's a creepy Victorian post-mortem pic. I think I'm done. I don't want to talk about this anymore, okay? Clearly, you can't even tell the nose is different. Why am I talking to you about being bruised or not? God, you're just so out of it. How can you say this is the same person? Look at the nose. Chris Farley's death photos are on the net? Really? They're freaky. Chris Farley was a weird guy. I mean, people didn't realize that he partied beyond human comprehension. Yeah. There's some pretty weird stories about Robin Williams and Chris Farley being together toward the end there. Yeah. There apparently was a big party, and what do they call them, speedballs, where they shoot speed intravenously and then do heroin at the same time or something. He had prayer beads in his hand as he died while he was overdosing. Well, he was kind of a good Catholic boy all along. Maybe he just kind of got stuck in that mode of working for a sister perfect. Chris Farley, from my perspective, looked like a man who... Let's move on from this. Let's go to Chris Farley. He moved on. I mean, this guy was perhaps one of the funniest guys from the Saturday Night Live group, bar none. I mean, I don't think anybody could get close to his level of commitment to getting a laugh. self-deprecating humor was not a problem for Chris. He liked to make fun of his weight problem. You're demanding Larry and... Okay, let me get my preview editor going. Folks, we have a person who wants to see Larry and Michelle. And unfortunately, Michelle Obama and Larry are two different things. So you have to get a pick of one or the other. Since we already did Larry, I think it's safe to say we should do Michelle. Alright? Yeah. Oh, I have to pull it up. Yeah. I didn't realize it was on the wrong archive. Michelle, Michael Levon Robinson. No Mac Daddy either. We haven't done him in a while. Mac Daddy. Well, I don't know, but I do believe that there are sex tapes of Barack Obama and Michelle having sex. And that's putting it mildly. It's not a heterosexual couple, dude. We're talking about Michelle doing Barack, that kind of thing. Yeah, I just think we have to be real here. I mean, somebody got videos of them. James Alefantis and Chris Crocker, the guy who played that Britney thing on YouTube, they gathered with two videographers and were seen 5 times going into the White House during Barack Obama's stay. Well, let's be clear. Chris Crocker and James Alefantis are welcome to come on it. Go ahead. And the camera crew too. Okay. And you want me to take my pants off? Okay, sure. And this is all worked in pre-advanced, right, with the Zionist warlords? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's bad, man. And Joan Rivers risked her life, and then they killed her. We even said she'd probably last a month and a half, and Sarah and I were like right on the dot. A month and a half later, she died. Yeah, it's very sad. All right, so we'll get that for you in just a second. We're preparing it in the preview editor. All right. Here we go.
It's free.
Let's just calm down. Got it. And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, as you see, there is a significant object in her pants, right? And I don't think anyone can discount the possibility that Michelle has a penis, or possibly a penis and a testicle moving there. Okay, and now since your requests are over, we're going to leave the show. But thank you very much. For back to the okey doke.
Either there's going to be a revolution, Patrick Henry style, in America, where red-blooded, God-fearing, Jesus-loving Americans are going to stand up and say, we're not going to take it no more.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Very good question. And I think a lot of you are going through those same kind of questions. Well, Chris Farley was going through those questions back when he killed himself. And according to Menemesis, he was clutching a rosary when he died, which means he OD'd while clutching a rosary, which means, I don't know, whatever it means. Okay, now we've got a question about my youth when I was a young man, and of course, I'm still a young man, but could you just bag it? I'll get to that. When I was going to college, I was in a classroom that talked about the free speech movement and the Students for a Democratic Society and all those things that happened in the 60s. And I ran into or rather an African-American man walked up to me after the class, or mid-stream in the class. I think we had to spend another hour and a half together. Yet we went out for a break. It was like a 3-hour class at UCLA. And the African-American walked up to me and he asked me, what I thought of the civil rights movement. And I thought it's an amazing period of time for both blacks, whites, Hispanics, everybody. We're all involved in, getting whatever. And then he turned to me, he said, Whitey, you don't know nothing about the civil rights movement. I'm going, whoa. I mean, I didn't call him any names or anything. And I said, well, if you're saying I don't know nothing, then that's a double negative, and that means that I know something. And he was like, huh? What? And then you could see the wheels in his head turning slowly, and he's like, what do you think you're going to get on your paper? And I'm going, I plan on getting I hope to get a B, because this Jewish professor is really, he's a tough liberal. And the guy said, well, I'm going to get an A+. And I said, well, how did you know that? How are you aware that you're going to get A+? He says, because I bought my paper, he said, for $25. And, I took his word for it. And sure enough, when the papers were read, he had an A+. And I did get a B, by the way. I wrote a 5-page essay on the free speech movement, which was ragged on by this extremely liberal Marxist professor, who was just this Jewish guy with a tremendous amount of white guilt. And he actually labeled me as like a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant or whatever person, WASP, and pretty much, fingered me in the class as the guy to get stuck on, even though I had a better paper than any of them. And I still have a copy of that paper, and it'll be in the National Archives someday. No, man, it was actually in the 1980s. But being I was, I met a lot of people in the 60s. I knew a lot about the 60s movement. But this was in the 1980s. This was precisely 1988. The time and date was March 16th, 5:30 p.m. West Los Angeles. That was when my experience occurred. My primary directive was to simply respond in a non-attacking way. So I said, oh, excuse me for being white. No, I should have, though. But he pretty much had no problem calling me Whitey. So, I mean, I never really understood that aggression, that racism I was experiencing. And I've never tried to hold that against people of any particular background. I was actually not part of the hippie movement. I was the hippie movement. My first job in the late 70s was working for a descendant of the hippie movement. The core ingredient, the group of the people that were at the core in Hollywood during the time of that whole period of time, they employed me. And I worked for them in every way I could and learned a lot of the things they were, experiencing. They made rock and roll t-shirts and things, and I learned how to do that. Deliver rock and roll t-shirts to all the rock and roll stars. That was part of their deal. That was their business. But there were other things these people did that were pretty hippie-like. And I kind of mentored with some of the coolest hippies in the country. I remember walking into the bookstore that I first got that job. I walked right into Graham Nash. It's like, boom. Graham Nash and I bumped, right, chest bumped. It was really weird. It was it's just one of those busy area in Hollywood Boulevard when I first got that job. And Graham Nash, so sorry, I didn't mean it. And then I walked in and they said, do you know who you just bumped into? Graham Nash. It's like, wow. So you dream of strangers who are real you've never met. Wow, interesting. Well, some people have had, psychic experiences where they, actually had encounters with people who are no longer living. Yeah, that's a mutable offense. Sorry. Graham Nash was a guy who was part of the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young group, which we'll be segueing to tonight in our Woodstock Hour, which is coming up in about, 25 minutes? Come on, people now. Cry on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Yeah, think about how many times you've fallen. I know. Bob says, why is it tough to log into iVlog today? Because iVlog has been censoring lots of people. These networks that show our chat expect me to stop broadcasting because people are being kept out. I don't respond. I could have one chatter in the entire world listening to me, and I would be fine with that. In fact, I could even chat with myself on multiple venues. Yeah, I'm not driven by chat. I drive chat. That's what's really interesting about our shows. As much as I rely on people watching me, if they think they're going to stop me talking on a daily basis because they ban them, I don't ban them. The VPN bans are going on left and right over at Vaughn and iVlog. Yeah, yeehaw, we're driving chat. Hello, can I help you? Man, these people don't have any balls. They know that they get a bullet right through their head if they got anywhere near me. Just pop their head like a watermelon. Yeah, I have the right to defend myself with deadly force. People realize that I live in a castle law state, where if anything happens to my castle, and I'm in mortal fear for my life and others, pop goes your head, right on my drywall. And then I got to go down to Home Depot after I hand the drywall off to forensics and get a new piece of drywall. Chris Farley is a very enigmatic character. He appeared to have a very personable personality. Yeah, I don't talk about my firearms. I have 2 BB guns. Very dangerous. Have you seen my video? My BB guns are very capable. In this video, Sunchild, thank you so much. We normally don't feature AI taking over the world and humanoid robots like Sophia, but is Sophia almost human or is she a PR stunt? And this video is CNBC, so we're going to take a look at that tonight. Thank you, Anita, for suggesting that video. See, we like submissions like that. Submit to Sophia. She is a phony. Yeah, I thought the whole thing at Sophia was BS. Vaughn banned you, Bob? Well, that's because you're an honest American. They ban honest Americans over there. They only like sleazebags that'll take money to attack our show. It's one of the reasons why you've got your durability with me, Bob. I'm not against Republicans or any conservative for that matter. But yeah, your Mossberg 930 that's gas driven, isn't it? You got the luxury of pump action with gas driven operation, which gives you the ultimate home defender. Me, I'm fond of the AA-12. Yeah, 12 gauge. That's right, Bob. For people that are dealing with freedom and castle law and the stand your ground law in America, like castle law in Washington and stand your ground law in Florida, have been invoked to defend people's grounds. Obviously, you can't expect to have your life affected when the gun control people are trying to push their gun control on you. And they are right now with all these events that are happening around the country that don't have solid evidence. We are constantly seeing a mind-bending attempt by our government to disarm its population. It's a damn shame, too, because you people are our last line of defense. You and your family. So what Bob is doing is perfectly legitimate, part of America's profile for national security. But the Democrats and the libtards, and now even Donald Trump is bending toward the red flag laws. A slippery slope, if you ask me, Bob. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe somebody in your house is having a crisis and they won't allow you to have a gun. That'll be the next step. You know, maybe your daughter is having a little, PMS moment, and she calls for crisis unit. Oh, well, this house has been flagged. They can't have guns. You see that slippery slope we're talking about, or I'm talking about? Yeah. Because I am having a conversation with myself, after all. And it's a very engaging conversation. I find myself to be very engaging with myself. Well, I decided to wear sunglasses tonight because I was experiencing some of the dangerous beam radiation that was affecting me from the chemtrails that have been sprayed on my head today. Most of it's just ambient radiation from the high-frequency 5G network circulating my area. Bam. There are a lot of people flying jets over my house, like here. Now, this is a typical day in the life of a naval air pilot, and as you can see, they literally are flying right over my house and doing wheelies. That's from their perspective. Meanwhile, I got to breathe the jet fuel as it spews out onto my face. And, sometimes it makes you a little bit, hesitant to look into the atmosphere. Yeah, they're Top Gun people in my area. Most of the people who come here are from Pensacola, Florida. Was Chris Farley's death mysterious? Maybe. There were a few guys partying with him pretty hard that night. Robin Williams was one of them, I believe. But who knows? We'll never know any more about him. But we do know that Jeffrey Epstein's nose does not look like that. That is not Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein's nose is straight. So the government is lying to us, or better yet, Manhattan, right, the penitentiary system there, Metropolitan Penitentiary System, is definitely lying to us. Naval pilots are very brave people, Bob. I mean, they go up in the air and they take their life in their own hands. They really do. Well, you're not a mentally ill criminal, Xenu, until you commit a crime. Now, have you ever committed a crime? Yeah. Are you on record as a criminal, Xenu? Have you committed a crime? Now, I don't mean the crime of masturbation. I mean, have you ever done anything bad? You have. What was it? Embezzlement? Rape? I mean, go ahead and tell me. It's okay. We have a copy of your IP address at another file at the NSA. Ivan, hi, how are you? I don't record IP addresses here. No. You can definitely reveal anything you want, but for your information, anything you can say, we'll say. That's right. Hey, by the way, Trump, the person who you put all your trust and faith in, he bankrupted all his casinos. Yeah. And he's 1.6 billion in debt. So I'm not so sure he's going to pull our economy together, guys. Just got that sneaking feeling he's all bullshit. Dump Trump. All right, let's move on, everybody. Oh, are you still on the Japan Robot Revolution? Click Japan Robot Revolution. Hello, thank you, Sunchild.
This week we're back in Japan with new legs.
Okay, I'll take it. You know, I'm open to any links tonight because, as you know, Scissorfight's been pretty busy. He's working heavily on his job. He's got a big order he has to fill. I know. Forbes does not have Trump listed as in debt. Oh, he is. Trump said he had $10 billion in assets. And when you go Google Trump net worth, and I could do that right now for you if you want. I know, I can go on my internet right now and Google Trump net worth. There we go. I'll do it for you, Bob. Yes. And the answer is $3.1 billion. Beep, Trump lied. Beep, beep, Trump lied. $3.1 billion. So, that being the case, a lot of that's leveraged property that he's already got liens against. Hold, please. Error. 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 I'm back. So I want everyone to know that I support legalization of marijuana on a national level because I don't, unlike Bob, who thinks it's a gateway drug, I don't think it is. So when you tell people about a third party, be sure to mention that I do support full legalization. Thank you very much. Nobody's ever died from marijuana consumption. My concept of building America's third party was to challenge the two-party system, but also unite the country. America's third party stands for a united country from the left and the right. So we support our right to bear arms. We don't want to ignore the homeless population, though, like you Republicans do. So we are concerned, and the Democrats seem to be more concerned than the Republicans about the homeless population, but they're not doing anything. I believe that if we can resolve some of these vagrancy issues, a lot of good, solid citizens won't need to be, dealing with home invasions, and keeping their right to bear arms is essential to that, too. It's all a combination deal. Oh, well, it is busy here. I've grown up around a lot of busy. I grew up in LA, so I've been around busy all my life. I live in a micropolitan area, one of the top 10 micropolitan cities in the country. Yeah, or metropolitan, they call it. Oh, the air traffic is crazy right now. Ever since the 2011, the passage of a Boeing contract for 57 planes went through. Prior to that, Boeing had lost on all 6 points of contention with every one of their planes. Airbus had won all the points, and then the entire package landed in the hands of Patty Murray and my other representatives, and they all passed it. It just flew right through. And all of a sudden, for some reason, Boeing won the contract with the military. So it's clear that Patty Murray had some play in it. Whether they were good planes or not, they had lost on all 6 points in comparison to Airbus. I'm not root for Airbus. I support Boeing in that regard. But for Boeing to get it that way is not the right way. I don't think they got the best product for the money. I personally think that they could have made better planes. But my house is now directly under the air path of all these planes that are being tested now. Before 2011, we had maybe 1 or 2 flights a day at most. At most. Maybe one at every other day. It was weird. We hardly ever got flights for years. In fact, when they sold me or my family the house, I was there. We actually were told we were in the no-fly zone, and the real estate company lied, and they lied to everybody. And it turns out there is no no-fly zone. Another double negative. So there is a fly zone, and it's directly over all of our houses. I know people with multi-million-dollar pieces of property that can't draw water from their well because it has flame retardant in it right now. And their houses are worth like $3-4 million. They can't even sell them. So a lot of the island is just sitting there. But the military coming in here, I've had houses around me flip in less than 2 or 3 weeks. I could easily sell my house in 2 days. I mean, it's like The market is bubbling right where I am. The Navy is involved, but out there in the outlying areas, no. People just sit in their big farms. They can't even sell their farms because nobody wants a horse farm, which has got flights going over it all the time. The horses are losing their mind. I know of 4 or 5 horse farms that were popular here before the airplanes got really, really busy, that have now closed their doors and they've moved off island because they cannot, the horses are losing their hearing. And there's a terrible loss of hearing among the people. It's kind of crazy. It really is. There's also damage to our liver, possible pre-stroke conditions from living under a jet path. So, yeah, you opened up a can of worms there on that one. Yeah, Boeing makes a cut in the Air Force One price. They're rewarded. You know, it's really not the price that I'm that concerned about. It's the quality of the planes. As long as they're good, top quality planes, that's great. But I'm not sure. With all these fires going on at their landing points, they have to use flame retardant, which is highly toxic to the water supply, causes cancer. In any amount, 1 parts per billion can cause cancer of flame retardant in a water supply. So everywhere in 10-mile directions on both sides of me, the water is contaminated. And that's not just true here. That's across the country. We've got about 611 cities just like this that are contaminated. Another thing to tell people about is our plan to get a 10% flat tax on income over $50,000. So right now, you people are paying, you know, say you make $50,000 a year, you're paying close to $16,000 right now in taxes. Well, you won't pay any taxes. But say you make $60,000, you'll pay 10% on that $10,000 over and above $50,000. So you'll only be paying $1,000 in tax. Right now, you're paying $16,000. You make $60,000, you'll be paying $1,000 in tax. Similarly, $70,000, $2,000 in tax. You make $100,000, you'll be paying $5,000 in tax. Whereas right now, you're paying close to $24,000 in tax. But if you're a really, really big, rich corporation that's avoiding taxes like Amazon and ExxonMobil, you'll be paying 10% on your annual revenue, which will put your tax at, we'll be getting about $3.5 billion from Amazon with this plan, and probably more than that from ExxonMobil. So big corporations won't like this because they can't get complete, utter tax deductions. This is a heck of a deal for the middle America and people that don't make any money at all, or less than $50,000 a year. You won't pay any taxes. We're not going to penalize you because technically the Supreme Court ruled in 1933 that to tax is to destroy. And that dates back to Merriam-Webster. Daniel Webster. Daniel Webster. The earliest known reckoning of this to tax is destroyed is from Daniel Webster. McCulloch versus Maryland. This is one of the earliest rulings in which they said to taxes to destroy. I'm arguing it's still to taxes is to still destroy, and here it is. The reference is to Daniel Webster. Thank you. So this is your document you can leave the show with tonight. Know that your freedoms and your right to your income will be protected under a third party. That'll be foremost in my plan for this country. I can't tell you how important it is to look at things in a different perspective, especially now that we know that our president is corrupt and the Democrats are corrupt. Both of them getting money from Russia. Now is the time for real, true Americans to stand up. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country. And I'm asking all of you, even you Republicans, to wake up. Our government's been bought off. They're rigging everything right before our very eyes. Trump is now pushing red flag laws with Lindsey Graham, who, by the way, is receiving money from Russia for his re-election campaign. I mean, it's just unbelievable. We've got to do something against this. I know. Ivan made a good point. Amazon's not going to go under paying more tax. Exactly. I don't know. I haven't watched The Days of Our Lives. I haven't seen that show in years. In fact, I've never seen the show. I met one of the actresses on that show a long time ago, but she's no longer around. Yeah, anyway. Thought you'd know that you're being tread on, and the Republicans are not getting anywhere with their personal growth either. Financially, you may ride the wave of the next couple of downturns in the economy, and your 401k may suffer. Trump hasn't created a robust economy with powerful manufacturing. Quite the opposite. He's liquidating. And some people make a lot of money during that time period, but most people lose. And that's what we're looking at. And nobody's got innovative ideas like my blimp plane idea. I mean, that's like stellar. Now, this blimp plane idea has been presented on our show for years, but I mean, wouldn't it be cool to travel 300 miles an hour wherever you go? Slower, albeit slower, but still get there and have a very affordable ticket price of $100 anywhere in the United States. That's possible with this blimp plane idea. Saving money on fuel, 85% reduction in fuel consumption. Other things like that too. So, all right, thanks for coming in, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow night, barring any changes in Sarah's schedule. I'll be getting ready. Some of you are getting ready for a big night in your cramper van. This is living the individual solo life out in the middle of nowhere. This is true freedom right there. Yeehaw, he's got his pedal power and his entire kitchen and bathroom facility on board. Hey, thank you. Thanks for watching. Good show, True Blue. Take care, man. All right, again, tell a friend about our third party and how I'm bringing new ideas to the table every day. I'm Mr. Right. I'll see you later.
Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.